Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. I never expected the mattress to feel so heavy. Moving into my grandmother's house after the funeral should have been simple. The family had already cleared out most of her belongings, leaving behind only the furniture too bulky to haul away. I was there to do a final cleaning before putting the place on the market. The bedroom still smelled like her lavender soap, mixed with something else I couldn't quite place, something metallic and stale. The mattress looked ordinary enough, a standard queen size with a faded floral pattern. But when I tried to flip it to vacuum underneath, it barely moved. My hands pressed into what should have been soft foam, but something shifted inside like loose rice in a cloth bag. The weight distribution felt wrong, uneven. I found a kitchen knife and carefully sliced along the seam. The fabric parted easily, as if it had been opened before. What spilled out onto the hardwood floor made my breath catch. Torn photographs scattered like confetti, faces I didn't recognize, dates I couldn't read because someone had deliberately scratched them out with black ink. Scraps of fabric in different patterns, some stained with what looked like rust. But it was the plastic pouch that made my hands shake. Inside were dentures, not the clean, clinical kind from a dentist's office, but yellowed and worn, with dark spots along the gum line. Tangled around the artificial teeth was a lock of gray hair, bound with what appeared to be fishing line. At the bottom of the pouch, folded into a tight square, was a piece of paper with 3 words written in pencil: "Don't forget her." I sat on the floor for what felt like hours, staring at these objects that didn't belong in my grandmother's world. She had been a quiet woman who baked cookies for the church fundraiser and watched game shows every afternoon. She kept her own teeth until the day she died. The next morning I called my uncle, the one who had helped clear out the house. His voice sounded different when I described what I'd found, too careful, like he was choosing each word. "Your grandmother had boarders sometimes," he said. "People who needed a place to stay. This was decades ago, before you were born." "What kind of boarders?" The pause stretched too long. Troubled people, she had a soft heart. I asked him about the photographs, the hair, the dentures. He claimed he didn't know anything about them, but I could hear something in his breathing, a slight hitch that reminded me of how he used to sound when we were children and he was lying about breaking something. That afternoon I found myself in the basement, looking through boxes the family had missed. Most contained the usual detritus of a long life, old bills, Christmas cards, magazine clippings. But in a shoebox hidden behind the water heater, I discovered a stack of newspaper clippings from 30 years ago, all about missing persons, all about women who had disappeared without explanation. The articles were yellowed and brittle, but someone had highlighted certain sentences with a pink marker. Phrases like "last seen wearing a floral dress" and "suffered from memory problems" and "family concerned about her mental state." In the margins, written in my grandmother's careful handwriting, were single words: lonely, scared, nobody looking. I spread the clippings across the basement floor, trying to make sense of the pattern. 7 different women, all elderly, all reported missing over a span of 3 years. The cases had gone cold, no bodies found, no suspects identified. The families had eventually stopped giving interviews to reporters. But someone had been keeping track. I found more items hidden throughout the house over the following days. A jewelry box containing wedding rings that didn't match any jewelry my grandmother had ever worn. a suitcase under the stairs filled with clothing in different sizes, all neatly folded. And in the back of her bedroom closet, behind a loose board, a manila envelope containing driver's licenses, 7 of them, 7 different names. 7 different faces that matched the scratched-out photographs from the mattress. Each license had been punched with a hole like a ticket that had been used. On the back of each one, in that same careful handwriting, were notes. Arrived Tuesday, no family calls, paid in cash. Talks to herself, forgets to eat. Keeps asking for her sister who died in 1987. The dates aligned with the newspaper clippings. I tried calling the police, but the detective I spoke with sounded tired and distracted. These were old cases, he explained. The families had been notified when the women were first reported missing. Without new evidence, without bodies, there wasn't much they could do. He took my information and promised someone would call back. Nobody did. I started visiting the addresses listed on the driver's licenses, the places these women had called home before they disappeared. Most of the houses had new owners who knew nothing about the previous residents, but at one address, an elderly man answered the door and recognized the name I mentioned. That was my neighbor, he said. Sweet lady, but her mind was going, had to put her in a home eventually. He paused, studying my face, though she never made it there. Vanished right before the move. Police said she probably got confused, wandered off somewhere. Did she ever mention staying with someone, a woman who took in boarders? His expression changed. There was talk about that. Someone who helped old folks who had nowhere else to go, but nobody knew her real name. People just called her the lady with the lavender soap. That night I sat in my grandmother's kitchen, surrounded by evidence that painted a picture I didn't want to see. The math was simple but horrible. 7 women had trusted someone who promised them safety. 7 women had given someone their most precious possessions, their wedding rings, their photographs, their identification. 7 women had never been seen again. I thought about my grandmother's soft heart, her willingness to help people in need. I thought about the way she used to hum while cooking dinner, the way she'd slip extra money into my birthday cards, the way she'd always made sure I knew I was loved. I thought about the weight of that mattress and what it might have been hiding all these years. The house sold 3 weeks later. I donated most of the furniture to charity, but I kept the evidence locked in a safety deposit box. Sometimes I take it out and spread it across a table, trying to find another explanation, another pattern that doesn't lead to the same conclusion. But the truth has a weight of its own, and some truths are too heavy to lift alone. The new owners of the house called me once, asking about a smell in the basement that wouldn't go away no matter how much they cleaned. I told them to try bleach, knowing it wouldn't help. Some stains go deeper than wood and concrete. I still drive by the house sometimes, especially when I can't sleep. The windows are bright with new life, new memories being made, but I know what's underneath, what's been forgotten by everyone except me. And I wonder if forgetting is sometimes the only mercy we can offer the dead. Crime 2, the first thing I noticed was how quiet the house felt. Not empty quiet, but waiting quiet, like someone had just stopped talking the moment I walked in. The realtor handed me the keys with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, mentioning something about the previous owner moving out of state quickly. Family emergency, she said, but her fingers drummed against her clipboard when she said it. I'd been hired to appraise the contents before the estate sale. Standard work, really. Walk through, catalog items, assign values. The kind of job that pays well because most people find it depressing to sort through someone else's abandoned life. but I'd done it hundreds of times. Furniture tells its own stories, and I'd learned to read them without getting attached. The living room seemed normal enough. A brown leather couch facing a television, bookshelves lined with paperbacks, family photos in mismatched frames, but something felt deliberately arranged, like a stage set. The coffee table sat perfectly centered, no water rings or scattered magazines. The books stood too straight, spines aligned with military precision. Even the throw pillows looked like they'd been positioned with a ruler. I started with the obvious pieces. The couch was good quality leather, probably worth something. As I lifted the cushions to check the frame, my fingers found something wedged deep in the crevice. A small digital recorder, the kind people use for lectures or interviews. The battery light still glowed green. I pressed play without thinking. A woman's voice filled the room, calm but strained. Session 47. The subject continues to insist on the same version of events, despite clear contradictions in the timeline. There was a pause, the sound of papers shuffling. When confronted with the inconsistencies, the subject becomes agitated and claims memory problems due to stress. I stopped the recording and stared at the device. Session 47 suggested this wasn't casual. Someone had been documenting something methodically, professionally. I scrolled through the files, dozens of recordings, each labeled with dates spanning several months, all featuring the same woman's voice, clinical and measured. The next recording began mid-conversation. Two voices now, the woman and a man who sounded younger, uncertain. I keep telling you I don't remember leaving the house that evening, he said. But you found my jacket in the garage, didn't you? How do you explain that? I don't know, maybe I took it off when I came home and forgot. I've been forgetting a lot of things lately. Since when? Well, since she died. The recording cut off. I felt my chest tighten. Whatever this was, it wasn't therapy. The woman's questions felt too targeted, too aggressive, like an interrogation disguised as help. I moved to the bedroom, the recorder heavy in my pocket. The dresser drawers had been emptied hastily, clothes still hanging from half-opened drawers like someone had grabbed what they could and run. But the nightstand drawer stuck when I tried to open it. I worked it loose and found it crammed with papers, newspaper clippings, and photographs. The photos made my hands shake. They showed the same intersection from different angles, taken at different times of day. Skid marks on asphalt, a damaged street sign, flowers left on a sidewalk. Someone had been documenting an accident scene obsessively. Red ink circled details in each photo, the position of debris, the angle of tire marks, distances between objects. Underneath the photos, I found printed emails. The timestamps showed they'd been sent over several weeks, always late at night. The sender's name had been blacked out with marker, but the recipient was clear, a law firm specializing in automotive accidents. The tone grew increasingly desperate with each message. I'm writing again because I know you didn't thoroughly investigate. The physical evidence doesn't match the official report. The angle of impact, the damage pattern, the location of the debris field, none of it makes sense if she was alone in the car. I've hired my own accident reconstruction expert. His preliminary findings contradict everything in your file. There had to be another vehicle involved. Someone hit her and drove away. Why won't you return my calls? I have proof now. I have recordings. I sat on the bed, surrounded by this stranger's obsession. The recordings, the photos, the emails, someone had been building a case, trying to prove a hit and run wasn't an accident. But building it for whom? And why hide evidence in furniture instead of taking it to police? Back in the living room, I found myself studying the family photos more carefully. Most showed a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and graying hair, usually accompanied by a younger man who shared her smile. Mother and son, probably. In the later photos, she looked tired, worried. He looked hollow, like someone slowly disappearing from the inside out. I picked up the recorder again and skipped to one of the final entries. The woman's voice had lost its clinical distance. She sounded exhausted, frustrated. Session 73. I can't continue this charade. Every session confirms what I already know, but hearing him lie so convincingly is destroying both of us. He believes his own story now, completely and utterly believes it. The truth is simpler than he wants to admit. She found out about the gambling debts. She was going to sell the house, leave him with nothing. So he followed her that night, waited until she was on that dark stretch of road where nobody would see. But I can't prove it. His story never changes because he's convinced himself it's true. And without a witness or physical evidence linking him to the scene, the insurance company won't reopen the case. I should have been a better mother. I should have seen the signs earlier. But I let my love for him blind me to what he was becoming. And now she's dead because I couldn't accept that my son is a killer. The recording ended with the sound of quiet sobbing. I set the device down with trembling hands. The woman in the photos wasn't conducting therapy sessions. She was interrogating her own son, trying to break through his lies or delusions about a death he'd caused. But whether he was lying to her or to himself, I couldn't tell. The house felt different now, charged with the weight of its secrets. I walked through the rooms again, seeing them through new eyes. This wasn't just abandoned furniture waiting for sale. This was evidence of a family destroyed by guilt and suspicion, a mother who'd spent her final months trying to prove her son was a murderer. But where was he now? The realtor mentioned a quick move out of state, family emergency. Had he finally confessed? Had she confronted him with the recordings? Or had he simply decided his mother was getting too close to a truth he couldn't afford to have exposed? I found myself in the garage, staring at an oil stain on the concrete floor, dark and old, but not from normal car maintenance. The shape was wrong, too wide and irregular, like something had leaked while being cleaned. The insurance money from the accident would have solved his gambling debts, probably paid for this house too, but his mother's investigation threatened everything. A devoted son caring for his grieving mother, or a killer eliminating the last witness to his crime. I gathered the photos and recordings, knowing I should take them to police. But what would I tell them? That I found evidence of a possible murder while appraising furniture. Evidence collected by a woman who might have been paranoid, grieving, or dangerously obsessed with her own son. The recordings could be interpreted either way. A mother's desperate attempt to uncover the truth, or a mentally unstable woman tormenting her innocent son with baseless accusations. Without corroborating evidence, they proved nothing except that a family had been torn apart by tragedy. As I locked the house and walked to my car, I realized the most disturbing possibility of all. What if she was right about everything, but it didn't matter anymore? What if the son had finally decided his mother's investigation had gone too far? The realtor's words echoed in my mind. Family emergency, quick move out of state. But families don't usually leave behind evidence of their deepest secrets when they move. They take it with them or they destroy it. Unless they can. Unless someone else made that decision for them. Crime 3, the new house came with keys that didn't match any of the locks. 3 brass keys on a ring, worn smooth at the edges. The realtor said the previous owner had been elderly, lived alone for decades. but when I found the fourth K taped under the kitchen sink, I knew someone had been hiding something. I'd been living there for 2 weeks when I noticed the basement door didn't sit flush in its frame. The wood was warped, painted over multiple times in different shades of white. When I ran my finger along the edge, flecks of paint came away, revealing layers underneath. Red, then blue, then something darker. The fourth K fit perfectly. The basement smelled like wet concrete and something else, something sweet and cloying that made my throat tighten. Old newspapers were stacked against one wall, yellowed and brittle. I picked up the top one. The headline talked about a missing person case from 15 years ago. A woman who'd vanished from her neighborhood, leaving behind only her car and a purse with the contents scattered across the front seat. I flipped through more papers, different dates, different cases, but always the same theme. People who disappeared without explanation. The articles were cut carefully, edges straight, stored in chronological order. Someone had been collecting these stories for years. In the corner, I found a filing cabinet. The metal was cold against my palm as I pulled open the first drawer. Manila folders, each labeled with a single letter. I opened the one marked M. Inside were photographs, not crime scene photos, but candid shots. A woman walking to her car, the same woman at a coffee shop, the same woman standing in what looked like her own kitchen, unaware she was being watched. The camera angles were all wrong, taken from across the street, through windows, from hiding places. I recognized the woman from the newspaper clipping, the one who disappeared. My hands were shaking as I opened the next folder. Different woman, same pattern. Photos taken over weeks, maybe months, watching, waiting, learning her routine. I pulled out my phone to call the police, but there was no signal in the basement. The concrete walls were too thick. I needed to get upstairs, but something made me open one more folder first. The letter S. My neighbor, the woman who'd brought me cookies when I moved in, who always smiled and waved from her garden. Her face stared back at me from a dozen photographs, recent ones, taken through her bedroom window, taken while she watered her plants, taken while she sat at her kitchen table reading. The most recent photo was dated just 2 days ago. I slammed the drawer shut and ran for the stairs, but the basement door had closed. The handle turned, but the door wouldn't budge. I pushed against it with my shoulder, panic rising in my chest. The sweet smell was getting stronger, and I realized it wasn't coming from the concrete. It was coming from behind me. In the darkest corner of the basement, partially hidden by the furnace, was another door. Smaller, painted the same dark color I'd seen under the paint chips upstairs. This one wasn't locked. Inside was a room I hadn't known existed. The walls were covered with more photographs, but these were different. Police evidence photos, crime scene images, autopsy reports. All the missing women from the newspaper clippings, but now I could see what had happened to them. And in the center of the room was a desk with a journal lying open. The handwriting was careful, methodical, entry after entry describing the process, the watching, the planning, the execution. The final entry was dated yesterday. It described my neighbor in detail, her schedule, her habits, her vulnerabilities. But it was signed with a name I recognized. My name. I stumbled backward, knocking over a box, Polaroid photographs scattered across the floor, pictures I didn't remember taking, my neighbor through her windows, my neighbor in her garden, my neighbor sleeping. My camera was in the box, the same camera I'd found in the closet upstairs, the one I'd assumed belonged to the previous owner. On the desk beside the journal was a newspaper clipping about the elderly man who'd lived here before me. He died in his sleep, natural causes. But now I noticed the date. He died the same week the watching had stopped, according to the journal entries. The same week I'd started having blackouts. The same week I'd started losing track of whole afternoons. I ran my fingers along the journal pages, and the handwriting began to look familiar. The way I dotted my I's, the slant of my letters when I wrote quickly. Upstairs, I could hear a car door slam. Through the basement window, I saw my neighbor walking toward her house, keys in her hand, completely unaware of what was waiting in the darkness below her feet. I reached for my phone again, but stopped. Who would I call? What would I say? The journal was still open in front of me. The final entry wasn't finished. There was a blank space at the bottom of the page, as if someone had been interrupted mid-sentence. As if someone was waiting for me to fill it in. My hand found a pen without me realizing it. The weight felt familiar, comfortable, like muscle memory taking over. Above me, I could hear my neighbor's television turning on, the sound of her settling in for the evening, trusting and safe. The pen was moving across the paper before I fully understood what I was writing. But somewhere in the back of my mind, in a place I couldn't quite reach, I wondered if the elderly man had found this room too. If he'd sat in this same chair, holding this same pen, trying to understand how his handwriting had gotten into a journal he didn't remember keeping. If he'd spent his final years trying to figure out which thoughts were his own. The basement door creaked open above me. I hadn't heard footsteps on the stairs, but somehow I knew someone was coming down. Someone who looked exactly like me. Crime 4, I was brushing my teeth when I heard it, a voice calm, low, like someone talking through a wall. I turned off the faucet and leaned toward the bathroom vent. The voice stopped. I unscrewed the cover and looked inside. At first, nothing, just dust and shadows. But then I saw a wire running along the inside, leading to something wedged deep in the duct. I reached in and pulled out a small recorder, no bigger than my palm. It clicked on in my hand. The first words it played were mine. My own voice, distorted by the metal walls, spoke about things I'd never said aloud. Private thoughts about my neighbor, the woman who lived alone in the house behind mine, the woman who'd been missing for weeks. I rewound the recording. There were other voices too, conversations I'd never had, arguments I'd never witnessed. But they were all taking place in my bathroom, in my kitchen, in rooms throughout my house. Someone had been listening, recording, waiting. The missing woman's voice was there too, clear as daylight. She was talking to someone, pleading almost. Her words were muffled, but I could make out fragments. Please don't, and I won't tell anyone. Then silence. Then my voice again, saying things I'd never spoken. I called the police. They came, looked at the recorder, took notes. The detective was polite but distant. She asked about my relationship with the missing woman. I told her we barely knew each other, maybe exchanged waves over the fence. She asked if I'd been in the woman's house recently. I said no, never. But as I spoke, I remembered something. A key, hidden under a flower pot by her back door. I'd seen her use it once when she'd locked herself out. The detective wrote this down, her pen scratching against the paper like fingernails on wood. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the recorder, about voices in my walls. I walked through my house, listening for sounds that didn't belong. In the kitchen, I found another device, smaller, almost invisible, tucked behind the refrigerator. This one was still recording. I played it back, hours of mundane sounds, the refrigerator humming, my footsteps, the scrape of a chair against the floor. but there were gaps, spaces where the recording had been edited, cut, rearranged. Someone had been crafting a narrative from the fragments of my daily life. The next morning, I went to the missing woman's house. The key was still there under the flower pot. I don't know why I used it. Maybe I was looking for answers. Maybe I was looking for proof that I wasn't losing my mind. Inside, everything was normal, too normal. The bed was made, dishes were clean, mail was sorted. But there was a smell, something sweet and heavy, like flowers left too long in water. I followed it to the basement. The basement was empty except for a workbench and some tools. But on the workbench I found something that made my blood go cold. A photograph of me taken through my bathroom window. Beside it, a notebook filled with observations about my daily routine, my habits, my schedule. The handwriting was familiar, but I couldn't place it. I took the photograph and left. Walking back to my house, I noticed my neighbor across the street watching me from his window. He'd been there a lot lately, always watching, always taking notes. I thought he was just a curious old man, but now I wondered. I confronted him. He invited me in, offered coffee. His house smelled like the missing woman's basement, sweet and heavy. He told me he'd been concerned about the missing woman too. He'd been keeping watch, he said, making sure the neighborhood was safe. But when I asked him about the recording devices, his expression changed. He said he'd never seen them before. He said maybe I'd put them there myself and forgotten. Maybe I was more involved than I wanted to admit. He showed me his own collection of recordings. Hours of neighborhood sounds, conversations recorded from his yard, voices captured through thin walls. He said he was protecting everyone, keeping evidence. But as I listened, I realized many of the voices were mine. Conversations I'd had on my phone, words I'd spoken to myself, thoughts I'd believed were private. I asked him about the missing woman. He said she'd been asking too many questions, getting too close to things that weren't her business. He said sometimes people needed to disappear for the greater good. I left his house and called the police again, but when they arrived, he was gone. The house was empty, cleaned out. The only thing left was a single recorder sitting on the kitchen counter. When I played it, I heard my own voice again, but this time the words were different. This time I was confessing. The recording was seamless, perfectly edited. My voice described details about the missing woman that I'd never known. It described actions I'd never taken, motives I'd never had, but it sounded real. It sounded like the truth. The detective listened to the recording with the same polite distance she'd shown before. She asked me to come to the station for more questions. I said I would, but I needed time to think first. I went home and searched every room, every wall, every corner where a recording device might hide. I found dozens of them. Tiny microphones, hidden cameras, devices I'd never seen before. My entire life had been under surveillance, documented, cataloged. But the strangest part was this: some of the devices were old, very old. They'd been there since before I'd moved in, maybe for years. Whoever had been watching me had been waiting for me specifically. They'd known I was coming. I packed a bag and prepared to leave, but as I reached for the door, I heard it again. The voice in the vent, my voice but different, older, tired. It was telling me to stay. It was telling me that running wouldn't help. It was telling me that the truth was more complicated than I wanted to believe. I sat down and listened to the whole recording. My voice was confessing again, but this time it was confessing to something else. It was confessing to forgetting, to blocking out memories, to refusing to see what was right in front of me. The missing woman hadn't been asking questions about the neighborhood. She'd been asking questions about me, about things I'd done and forgotten, about people I'd hurt and dismissed, about a pattern of behavior that I'd been too careful to hide even from myself. The recordings weren't evidence of someone else's crimes. They were evidence of mine, and the person who'd been collecting them wasn't trying to frame me. They were trying to help me remember. I'm still in my house, I'm still listening to the recordings, and slowly, piece by piece, I'm starting to remember things I thought I'd forgotten, things I'd convinced myself had never happened. The missing woman isn't missing anymore. I know where she is now. I just don't know if I'm ready to admit it. Crime 5, I found the first photograph wedged between pages of a cookbook I'd inherited from my aunt. The image showed a woman's hand wearing a distinctive silver ring, fingers splayed against what looked like a car window. The glass was fogged from the inside. I'd never seen the photograph before, yet something about that ring felt familiar in a way that made my stomach turn. My aunt had been the town's unofficial record keeper, the woman neighbors called when they needed someone to witness documents or mediate disputes. Her house was filled with boxes of papers, photographs, and recordings she'd collected over decades. I was supposed to sort through everything, decide what was worth keeping. Instead, I kept finding pieces of stories that didn't quite fit together. The second photograph was tucked inside an old phone book, a man's profile in shadow, standing beside what appeared to be the same car. The license plate was partially visible, but the numbers were too blurry to read completely. On the back, someone had written a single word in pencil, Thursday. The handwriting wasn't my aunt's. I started looking more carefully through her things. In a shoebox labeled personal items, I found a cassette tape with no label. When I played it, I heard my aunt's voice, but she sounded different, younger, more uncertain. She was speaking to someone, asking questions about a missing person case from years ago. The other voice was male, hesitant, choosing words carefully. He mentioned seeing someone who shouldn't have been there but wouldn't elaborate. The recording cut off abruptly. The police reports were in a manila envelope hidden behind her bedroom mirror. 3 separate incidents, all involving the same stretch of road outside town. The dates were months apart, but the descriptions were eerily similar. A woman flagging down drivers, appearing distressed, then disappearing when help arrived. Different witnesses, different descriptions of the woman, but all mentioned the same silver ring. I called the detective whose name appeared on the reports. He remembered my aunt, said she'd been persistent about these cases, always asking questions, always convinced there was more to the story. He mentioned that the woman was eventually found safe in another state. Case closed, but his voice carried a weight that suggested he didn't entirely believe his own words. The basement held more secrets. Behind my aunt's old desk, I discovered a small notebook filled with license plate numbers, dates, and cryptic observations. One entry caught my attention. Same car, different driver, ring still missing. Another page contained a rough sketch of the silver ring with detailed notes about its unique twisted band design. I drove to the stretch of road mentioned in the reports. It was isolated, surrounded by dense woods on both sides, perfect for someone to disappear or for someone to make someone else disappear. As I stood there, I noticed tire marks in the soft shoulder, fresh ones that curved off the road and into the tree line. Following the marks led me to a small clearing where the grass was flattened in a rectangular pattern, as if something heavy had been placed there recently. The ground smelled of motor oil and something else, something organic and unpleasant. I found a fragment of metal, possibly from a car's undercarriage, and pocketed it. Back at my aunt's house, I discovered she'd been in contact with a forensic expert who specialized in cold cases. Their correspondence revealed that she'd sent him photographs and evidence from what she believed was an ongoing cover-up. His last letter, dated just weeks before her death, was brief but troubling. The evidence you've provided raises serious questions. I believe you may be in danger. Please consider contacting federal authorities. The final piece came from an unlikely source. While cleaning out my aunt's kitchen, I found a recipe card with what appeared to be random numbers scribbled on the back. When I arranged them as a phone number and called, a woman answered. She recognized my aunt's name immediately, said they'd spoken many times about the situation. She'd been one of the witnesses who'd seen the distressed woman on the road. But according to her, the woman she'd encountered wasn't asking for help. She was warning people to stay away. I realized my aunt hadn't been collecting evidence about a missing person case. She'd been documenting something far more complex, a pattern of incidents that official reports had simplified or deliberately obscured. The woman with the silver ring wasn't a victim who'd been found safe. She was someone else entirely, someone who'd been trying to expose what was really happening on that isolated stretch of road. The more I uncovered, the more convinced I became that my aunt's death hadn't been natural. She'd been healthy, active, with no history of heart problems. Yet she died suddenly, alone in her house, just days after receiving that warning letter from the forensic expert. I spent weeks going through everything again, looking for connections I might have missed. The pattern was there, hidden in plain sight among decades of accumulated paperwork. My aunt had discovered something that someone wanted to keep buried, and she'd paid the price for her persistence. The silver ring appeared in one final photograph, this one taken in my aunt's own kitchen. The woman wearing it was sitting at the same table where I now worked, her face turned away from the camera, but her posture, the way she held her shoulders, seemed familiar, too familiar. I looked at my own hands, at the silver ring I'd inherited and worn every day since my aunt's funeral. The twisted band design was unique, unmistakable. According to the jeweler who'd made it, only two had ever been created. My aunt had worn one, I was wearing the other. But if I had one and my aunt had worn the other, then who was the woman in all these photographs? And why had my aunt never told me she'd had her ring duplicated? The truth settled over me like cold water. My aunt hadn't been investigating a cover-up. She'd been documenting one, creating a record of events she knew someone would eventually need to find. The woman in the photographs, the one warning people away from that dangerous stretch of road, had been my aunt herself. She discovered something terrible happening there, something that powerful people wanted to keep hidden. Instead of going to authorities who might have been compromised, she'd chosen to become a witness, to put herself at risk by confronting whatever was happening directly. The evidence she'd left behind wasn't meant to solve a case. It was meant to protect me, to give me the tools I'd need when they came looking for what she'd uncovered. Because now I was the one with the knowledge, the one wearing the ring, the one who posed a threat to whatever secret was worth killing for. I sit here now surrounded by my aunt's careful documentation, knowing that I have a choice to make. I can seal these boxes, pretend I never found any of this, and hope that her death marked the end of their interest in our family. Or I can follow the path she started, become the next guardian of a truth that someone desperately wants to bury. The phone has been ringing for the past hour. I don't recognize the number, but something tells me I already know what the caller wants to discuss. My aunt's final lesson is becoming clear. Sometimes the most dangerous thing you can possess isn't evidence of a crime, but proof that justice was never meant to be served. The choice is mine, but the weight of her sacrifice makes it feel like no choice at all. Crime 6, I should have minded my own business. but the smell coming from next door made it impossible to ignore what was happening beyond that thin wall we shared. It started with the flies. They appeared on my kitchen windowsill first, fat and sluggish, crawling against the glass like they were trying to escape something. I wiped them away with a paper towel, but they kept coming back. The buzzing sound filled my ears during breakfast, a constant low hum that made my coffee taste bitter. The woman next door had always been quiet. I'd seen her maybe a dozen times in the 2 years I'd lived here, always hurrying to her car with her head down, never making eye contact. She worked irregular hours, coming and going at strange times. Sometimes I'd hear her talking through the walls, but never another voice responding. I assumed she was on phone calls. That assumption changed when I found the key. It was wedged between our shared fence posts, wrapped in a plastic bag with a note scrawled in shaky handwriting. Please water my plants while I'm away, back in a few weeks. The paper felt damp, like it had been outside for days, but I hadn't seen her leave. Her car was still parked in the driveway, and the lights in her house continued their usual pattern. The key felt heavier than it should have in my palm. The metal was warm, as if someone had been holding it recently. I stood at my kitchen sink, watching her house through the window, waiting for some sign of life. Nothing moved behind those curtains. The smell got worse over the next few days. It wasn't garbage, I knew that odor. This was something else, something organic and sweet that caught in the back of my throat. It seemed to seep through the walls, settling into my furniture, my clothes, my dreams. I started sleeping with the windows open despite the cold. I used the key on a Tuesday morning. My hands shook as I turned it in her lock, the click echoing louder than it should have. The door swung open, and the smell hit me like a physical force. I covered my nose with my sleeve and stepped inside. Her house was a mirror image of mine, but everything felt wrong. The furniture was pushed against the walls, creating an empty space in the center of each room. Plastic sheets covered the hardwood floors, taped down at the edges with careful precision. The walls were bare except for a single photograph hanging crooked in the hallway, a family portrait with one face scratched out so violently that the paper had torn. The talking I'd heard wasn't phone calls. In her bedroom, I found dozens of cassette tapes scattered across the floor, each one labeled with dates going back months. I picked up the most recent one and pressed play on the old stereo sitting on her dresser. Her voice came through the speakers, but she wasn't alone. She was having a conversation with someone, asking questions, waiting for responses that never came, then answering herself in a different tone. The second voice was higher, younger, frightened. "Tell me where you put it," she said in her normal voice. A pause, static crackling. "I don't know what you mean," came the response in that younger voice, but it was still her, just pitched differently, like she was trying to sound like someone else. "Don't lie to me, I saw you take it." Another pause, the sound of something scraping against the floor. "Please, I just want to go home." I ejected the tape, my fingers fumbling with the plastic case. The date on the label was from last week, but as I looked around the room, I realized something that made my stomach drop. There were no clothes in her closet, no personal items on the dresser, no signs that anyone actually lived here. I walked to the kitchen, each step echoing through the empty house. The refrigerator was unplugged, standing open and empty except for a single item on the top shelf, a small glass jar filled with what looked like teeth. Baby teeth, small and white, floating in a clear liquid. The basement door was locked, but I could hear something down there. A rhythmic tapping, like fingers drumming against wood, or like someone trying to tap out a message. I should have left then, should have called the police, handed over that key, let someone else deal with whatever was happening in that house. Instead, I found myself searching through her kitchen drawers until I found a screwdriver. The basement door lock was old and gave way easily. The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended into darkness. I used my phone's flashlight to navigate, the weak beam barely cutting through the shadows. The tapping sound was louder now, more urgent. It was coming from behind a second door at the bottom of the stairs. That door wasn't locked. It opened with a soft click, revealing a small room that looked like it had been set up as some kind of office. A desk, a chair, filing cabinets along one wall, but it was the photographs covering every surface that made me stop breathing. They were surveillance photos, hundreds of them, pictures of children walking to school, playing in yards, getting into cars. Some faces were circled in red marker, others had been crossed out completely. In the center of the desk was an open notebook filled with handwriting, addresses, schedules, detailed observations about daily routines. The tapping had stopped. The silence felt heavier than the sound had been. I opened one of the filing cabinets and found folders organized by date, each containing more photographs and what looked like news clippings. Missing person reports, articles about unsolved disappearances. Some of the photos matched faces I'd seen in the surveillance pictures. My phone buzzed in my hand, the sound so unexpected that I nearly dropped it. A text message from an unknown number, "You shouldn't be here." I looked around the empty room, my heart hammering against my ribs. No one else was down there. No one else could have sent that message, unless someone was watching. I ran up those stairs faster than I'd ever moved, bursting through the basement door and stumbling into the kitchen. But as I reached for the back door, I heard footsteps on the front porch. Slow, deliberate steps crossing the wooden boards. The key to my own house was in my pocket, but my hands were shaking too badly to fish it out. The footsteps stopped right outside the front door. I held my breath, pressed against the kitchen wall, waiting. A key turned in the lock, the same soft click I'd heard when I'd used her key to get inside. The door opened, and I heard her voice, calm and conversational, like she was talking to an old friend. "I know you're here," she said. "I can smell your fear." I managed to get to the back door and fumbled with the handle until it turned. I slipped outside and ran to my own house, not stopping until I was inside with every door locked and every curtain drawn. That was 3 weeks ago. I never saw her again after that day. Her car disappeared sometime during the night, and the house has been empty ever since. The smell is gone too, replaced by the normal odors of an abandoned building, dust and staleness and decay. I never called the police. What would I have told them? That I'd broken into my neighbor's house based on a smell and some flies. That I'd found photographs and recordings that could have belonged to anyone. That someone had sent me a text message that had probably come from my own paranoid imagination. But sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet, I hear that tapping sound again. It's coming from inside my own walls now, soft and rhythmic and patient. And yesterday I found a new key tucked under my doormat, wrapped in plastic with a note that read, "Thank you for watering my plants. Your turn to go away for a while." The key is sitting on my kitchen counter now, next to a glass of water that's been turning redder each day. I haven't touched it, but I know it fits my own front door. I know because I can feel someone else using it, walking through my house while I sleep, rearranging things just slightly so I'll notice. The photographs are probably being taken right now. My daily routines cataloged, my habits observed. my disappearance planned with the same careful attention to detail I saw in that basement room. I should run, pack a bag and leave tonight, drive until I find somewhere she can't follow. But I keep thinking about those cassette tapes, about the conversations she was having with voices that weren't there, about how convincing that second voice sounded, even though I knew it was her. What if I'm already having those conversations too? What if the text message really did come from my own phone, sent by fingers I don't remember moving? What if the key appeared because I put it there myself, wrapped it carefully in plastic while some other part of my mind watched and planned? The tapping is starting again, but this time I think it might be coming from my own fingers, drumming against the kitchen table while I decide what to do next. The sound is patient and rhythmic, like someone trying to tap out a message. Like someone asking for help. Crime 7, I don't get visitors, so when the doorbell rang that evening, I froze. The sound cut through the silence of my living room like a blade, sharp and unexpected. I muted the television and listened. Nothing. No voices, no footsteps retreating down the walkway, just the hum of the refrigerator and my own breathing. Through the peephole, I saw only darkness. The porch light had burned out weeks ago, and I'd kept forgetting to replace it. I unlocked the door and stepped outside, the cold air hitting my face like a warning. The street was empty. No cars pulling away, no shadows moving between the houses. But there on the mat was a small white box, unmarked and pristine against the weathered wood. I brought it inside and set it on the kitchen counter. The box was lighter than I expected, held together by careful folds rather than tape. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper, was a single leather glove, women's size, brown, expensive looking, but it was soaked in something dark that had dried to a rusty stain. The smell hit me then, metallic, sharp, unmistakable. Beneath the glove lay a piece of fabric, torn roughly from what looked like a dress shirt. White cotton with thin blue stripes. My hands began to shake as I held it up to the light. I knew this pattern. I'd seen it before, hanging in a closet I'd been asked to clean out months ago. The house had belonged to an elderly woman who'd lived alone. Her nephew had hired me to sort through her belongings after she passed. Natural causes, he'd said, found her in bed peaceful. But as I'd worked through her things, I'd noticed how some items seemed out of place. Men's clothing mixed with her dresses, toiletries that didn't match her usual brands, photos turned face down on her dresser. I'd asked the nephew about it, but he'd grown defensive, said she'd been confused toward the end, buying things she didn't need. He'd hurried me through the rest of the job, paid me cash, and asked me not to mention the work to anyone. At the time, I'd thought it was just grief making him paranoid. Now I stared at the fabric in my hands and remembered the shirt I'd found hanging in her bedroom closet. Same pattern, same material, but that shirt had been whole when I'd packed it away. This piece looked like it had been ripped off in a struggle. I called the nephew's number, but it went straight to voicemail. I tried again the next day. The number was disconnected. I drove to the address he'd given me for payment, but the house was empty, a for sale sign planted in the yard. The local records showed the old woman's house had been sold quickly, well below market value. The buyer was a company I'd never heard of. When I tried to trace it, the business license led to a post office box that no longer existed. I kept the glove and fabric in a drawer, checking on them like evidence I couldn't quite bring myself to report. Who would believe me? A cleaning lady who'd received anonymous packages, a woman who'd been hired under questionable circumstances by a man who'd since vanished. But I couldn't stop thinking about that house, the way the nephew had walked through the rooms, touching things with too much familiarity, how he'd known exactly which drawers to avoid, which closets not to open. the careful way he directed me away from the basement, claiming the stairs were unsafe. I started driving by the old woman's house at different times, watching. New owners had moved in, a young couple with a baby. They'd painted the exterior, planted flowers, hung wind chimes that caught the breeze. It looked normal now, welcoming. But I kept thinking about what might still be buried in that basement, behind walls I'd never been allowed to approach. The glove began to smell different as the days passed. Not just the metallic scent of old blood, but something else. Something sweet and cloying that reminded me of flowers left too long in a vase. I wrapped it tighter, sealed it in plastic, but the smell seemed to follow me. I went back to the house once more late at night. The young couple's windows were dark, their car gone. I walked to the basement window and peered through the glass. In the dim light from the street, I could see fresh concrete along one wall, smooth and even, like someone had recently repaired something or covered something up. The next morning, I found another box on my doorstep. This one contained a photograph, black and white, slightly blurred, showing the interior of a basement. In the corner, barely visible, was what looked like a shoe. A woman's shoe, small and delicate, partially buried in concrete that hadn't yet fully set. On the back of the photo, someone had written a single word in careful script: first. I kept the photograph with the glove and fabric, but I didn't call the police, because I'd started to remember things differently now. The nephew's face, the way he'd looked at me when I'd asked about the men's clothing, the careful way he'd counted out my payment, his fingers lingering on each bill as if he was memorizing my face. And I remembered something else. The last day I'd worked in that house, I'd found a small address book in the kitchen drawer. Most of the pages were empty, but one had my name written in shaky handwriting. My name, my phone number, and beneath it, a date. The date was still 3 weeks away. I don't get visitors, but I'm starting to think that's about to change. Crime 8, I found the cassette player wedged behind the water heater, covered in a thin layer of dust that felt greasy between my fingers. The tape inside was labeled Session 12 in handwriting I didn't recognize. When I pressed play, static filled the basement air before a woman's voice emerged, calm and measured. Tell me about the package you received. I inherited this house from an uncle I barely knew. The realtor mentioned he'd been some kind of therapist, worked from home. She didn't mention the basement office, complete with 2 chairs facing each other and a small recording device on the table between them. The voice on the tape continued. A man responded, his words careful, deliberate. It arrived on a Tuesday, plain brown paper, no return address. Inside was a photograph of my daughter's school. My skin crawled. I ejected the tape and examined it closer. The label was slightly worn, like it had been handled frequently. Behind the water heater, I discovered a cardboard box containing dozens more cassettes, all numbered sequentially. Sessions 1 through 47. I brought the box upstairs and spread the tapes across my kitchen table. The handwriting was consistent throughout, though it seemed to grow more erratic in the higher numbers. Session 23 was labeled The Neighbor's Story. Session 31 read what really happened that night. The woman's voice became familiar as I worked through the recordings. She asked probing questions, her tone never judgmental but increasingly urgent. The subjects varied: men, women, teenagers. All seemed to be confessing something, though the crimes were never explicitly stated. Instead, they spoke in code, referring to the incident or what we did or the choice I made. Session 18 disturbed me most. A young woman described finding something in her apartment that didn't belong to her. It was hidden behind the bathroom mirror, she whispered, wrapped in newspaper from 3 years ago. I don't understand how it got there. The therapist, my uncle, pressed for details. What did you do with it? I put it back. I pretended I never saw it. And how did that make you feel? A long pause, like I was protecting someone, but I don't know who. I paused the tape and walked to my bathroom mirror. It was an old house, original fixtures. The mirror was held by clips that had loosened over the years. I lifted it away from the wall and peered behind it. Nothing but yellowed wallpaper. But the wallpaper felt different under my touch. Softer in one spot, like something had been pressed against it from the other side. Session 33 featured a man describing surveillance footage. The timestamp shows I was there, but I don't remember being there. The person in the video looks like me, moves like me, but I have no memory of that day. My uncle's voice had changed by this session. Less professional, more personal. Memory can be unreliable. Sometimes we forget things to protect ourselves. Or sometimes we remember things that never happened. That's also possible. The conversation continued, but I found myself distracted by a smell that had been growing stronger as I listened. Sweet, chemical, like cleaning products mixed with something organic that had been sealed away too long. It seemed to emanate from the basement. I returned downstairs with session 45. The basement felt different now, charged with the voices I'd been hearing for hours. I noticed details I'd missed before: scratches on the concrete floor forming strange patterns, a stain on the wall that looked deliberately placed. The tape began with my uncle's voice, but he wasn't conducting an interview. He was alone, talking to himself. The recordings proved nothing. Confession without evidence is just storytelling. They come here to unburden themselves, but burden is relative. What feels heavy to one person might feel light to another. His breathing was labored, like he was moving around while speaking. I've been collecting their secrets for 2 years now. 47 people have sat in that chair and told me things that would destroy them if anyone knew. But I'm the only one who knows, and I'm not telling. A scraping sound interrupted his monologue, something being dragged across concrete. The beauty of being a therapist is that people trust you with their worst moments. They think confession will cleanse them, but some stains don't wash out. Some actions can't be undone by talking about them. The recording ended abruptly. I sat in the basement chair where dozens of people had confessed their secrets. The cushion still held the impression of bodies, the armrests worn smooth by nervous hands. Session 47 was the final recording, dated just 1 week before my uncle's death. This time he was interviewing someone I recognized. The voice was older, raspier, but unmistakably mine from years ago. I was describing an incident I'd forgotten or thought I'd forgot. A car accident, a decision to drive away, a family that never knew what happened to their son. But I'd never been to therapy. I'd never met my uncle. I'd never made this recording. Yet there I was, confessing to something I'd buried so deep I'd convinced myself it never happened. My uncle's questions were gentle but persistent, drawing out details I'd never told anyone because I'd never remembered them myself. The tape continued playing as I sat frozen in that chair. My recorded voice grew more emotional, describing the guilt that had shaped my life in ways I'd never understood. How I'd chosen jobs that kept me moving, relationships that couldn't last, a lifestyle that prevented me from putting down roots. Guilt is a weight, my uncle said on the recording, but sometimes the only way to put it down is to pick up something heavier. The final session ended with my voice asking a question I'd apparently asked 25 years ago. What happens to secrets when the person keeping them dies? My uncle had answered, they find new homes. I ejected the tape and looked around the basement. 47 people had sat here and confessed. 47 secrets had been recorded and stored. My uncle had died, but the secrets remained, waiting in their cardboard box. The chemical smell was stronger now. I followed it to a section of the basement wall that looked newer than the rest. The concrete was a slightly different color, and when I pressed against it, it gave slightly under pressure. Behind that wall, I knew, were the physical remnants of what people had confessed to destroying, evidence that proved their stories were more than just therapeutic fiction. I understood now why my uncle had left me the house, not because we were family, but because I was already part of his collection. Session 47 proved I belonged here, in this basement with these secrets. The recordings had been waiting for me to come home. I rewound the tape to the beginning and pressed play again. My own voice filled the basement, confessing to crimes I'd spent decades forgetting. Outside, the world continued its daily routine, unaware that 47 secrets were breathing in the darkness below. The tape player clicked off automatically when it reached the end. In the silence that followed, I heard something else, the soft scraping sound from session 45, coming from behind the wall where my uncle had hidden the evidence. Something was still moving back there, patient and persistent, waiting for me to understand that some confessions can't be undone. I picked up the microphone and pressed record on a new tape. Session 48, I said into the darkness. Tell me about the package you received. Crime 9, I found the album tucked behind boxes of old tax documents, its leather cover warped from humidity and years of neglect. The binding cracked as I opened it, releasing that familiar scent of aged paper and something else, something metallic that made my throat tighten. The first page showed a family picnic, all smiles and summer clothes, but my fingers trembled as I noticed the corner of the photograph had been carefully cut away. Every third or fourth page was missing, torn out with surgical precision. The remaining photos told fragments of a story I couldn't piece together. A birthday party with cake and balloons, but the guest of honor's face had been scratched out with black ink. A wedding reception where the bride's bouquet lay abandoned on an empty chair. A Christmas morning scene with presents scattered beneath a tree, though the wrapping paper looked wrong, too pristine, too staged. I carried the album downstairs and spread it across the kitchen table under the harsh fluorescent light. The silence in the house felt oppressive as I studied each photograph, looking for connections, for patterns. The paper cuts on my fingertips from handling the sharp edges of torn pages began to sting, but I couldn't stop turning through those incomplete memories. The handwriting on the backs of the photos varied, sometimes neat cursive, other times hurried block letters, notes like before the visit and after the conversation, and one that made my stomach drop, the last one who asked questions. The ink was different colors, different pens, as if multiple people had been documenting something over many years. I recognized some of the backgrounds, the park where I used to walk my dog, the diner where I ate breakfast every weekend, the pharmacy where I picked up my prescriptions. Someone had been following the same routines I followed, visiting the same places, documenting the same familiar corners of my small world. The photos near the middle of the album showed interiors, living rooms, bedrooms, kitchens. They were taken from odd angles, as if the photographer had been hiding or trying not to be noticed. In one image, I could see a reflection in a window, a figure in dark clothes holding a camera. The quality was poor, but something about the posture looked familiar. My hands shook as I reached the final section. These photos were more recent, the colors sharper, the paper still glossy. They showed my neighborhood, my street, my mailbox. There was a shot of my car in the driveway, another of my kitchen window glowing yellow in the evening light. Someone had been watching, documenting, preparing. The last photograph in the album made me push back from the table so hard my chair scraped against the floor. It was my house, taken from across the street, but the angle was wrong, too high. As if the photographer had been in the old oak tree that faced my bedroom window, the same tree where I'd noticed broken branches recently. On the back, in that same careful handwriting, subject confirmed, patterns established, ready for contact. I flipped through the album again, this time paying attention to the timestamps visible on some of the digital prints. They spanned 5 years. 5 years of surveillance, of documentation, of someone learning my life in intimate detail. The missing pages suddenly made sense. They contained information too sensitive to leave behind, evidence of planning that had moved beyond simple observation. The metallic smell I'd noticed earlier grew stronger. I looked down at my hands and saw tiny spots of rust-colored stains on my fingertips where I'd been gripping the album's edges. Not rust, something else. Something that had been transferred from the leather binding to my skin. I thought about the past few months, about the small things that had felt off. Mail that arrived later than usual. The feeling of being watched during my evening walks. Phone calls that ended in silence when I answered. A neighbor who'd moved away suddenly, leaving their house empty and dark. The album felt heavier now, weighted with implications I wasn't ready to process. I closed it carefully and walked to the window, peering through the blinds at the street outside. Everything looked normal, parked cars, porch lights beginning to flicker on as dusk approached, the familiar rhythm of suburban evening. But normal was exactly what someone would want it to look like. I returned to the album and examined the torn edges more carefully. The pages hadn't been ripped out in anger or haste. Each removal had been deliberate, calculated. Someone had curated this collection, leaving only what they wanted me to find, removing what they needed to keep hidden. The realization hit me like cold water. This album had been left for me to discover. The placement behind those boxes, the way it had been positioned just so, the fact that it was in my own attic, none of it was accidental. Someone had wanted me to find it, to see these photographs, to understand that I'd been watched and catalogued like a specimen. I thought about the real estate agent who'd sold me this house, how eager she'd been to close the deal quickly. The previous owner who'd supposedly moved out of state for family reasons. The way she'd avoided my questions about why the house had been on the market for so long. The album was a message, a warning, or maybe just the beginning of something I wasn't prepared to understand. As I sat in my kitchen, surrounded by evidence of my own unwitting participation in someone else's plan, I realized that the story told by these photographs wasn't ending with my discovery of them. It was just beginning. Story 10. In the quiet hum of suburban life, a mysterious key arrived, nestled within an unassuming envelope devoid of any return address. The brass key, weathered by time's gentle touch, bore an air of familiarity that stirred something deep within the homeowner. Despite her efforts, when she tested it in every lock she possessed, not a single one yielded to its touch. It was a key without a home, a key without purpose. Placed gently on the coffee table, it beckoned the old grandfather clock in the hallway to release a single, haunting chime, a sound long silenced by the hands of time. Sarah Miller, the unsuspecting recipient of this enigma, felt a shiver of unease crawl down her spine. She reported the peculiar incident to the authorities, setting in motion a chain of events that would unravel the tranquility of the neighborhood in ways no one could have foreseen. The responding officer, quick to dismiss the oddity as a mere mistake, took the key into custody almost reluctantly, unaware of the dark shadows that lurked beneath its tarnished surface. As the key found its way into the hands of Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition for the obscure, a sense of disquiet settled upon him. The brass key sat innocently on his desk, yet it whispered tales of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Background checks painted Sarah as an ordinary soul, a retired teacher, a widow, a mother. No hints of malice tainted her past, no shadows lingered in her wake. She was, by all accounts, an innocent bystander caught in the web of a malevolent design. Forensic scrutiny revealed a barren landscape on the key, no prints, no traces, only the ghostly imprint of Sarah's touch. The envelope, a mere shell of anonymity, divulged nothing of its origins, save for a cryptic postmark from a distant distribution center. The key, a common Schlage relic, held no secrets except for the wear of time etched upon its surface. A breakthrough emerged from the depths of history when Detective Harmon delved into the key's unique pattern, unearthing a cold case from years past. A storage unit, a macabre trove of horrors, tied to an identical key, patterned the key to a chamber of nightmares where blood mingled with shadows and the echo of despair lingered in the air. The trail led to Harold Jenkins, a phantom figure from the past, a ghost who had haunted the periphery of Sarah's life. His existence, a patchwork of obscurity and silence, bore the hallmarks of a predator concealed beneath a mask of normalcy. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a chilling realization took root. Jenkins had chosen Sarah as the unwitting recipient of his sinister game. The manhunt for Jenkins unfurled like a dark tapestry woven with threads of dread and apprehension. His trail, a phantom's dance through forgotten paths, led investigators to a secluded cabin, a burial ground of keys and secrets concealed beneath the earth. The keys, each engraved with a name and date, bore witness to the lives extinguished by a hand guided by madness. The horror reached its zenith when hidden graves yielded their grim harvest, laying bare the extent of Jenkins' atrocities. Sarah, now a specter of fear in her own home, stood on the precipice of a darkness she could scarcely comprehend. The manhunt culminated in a final confrontation, a desperate struggle that ended in Jenkins' self-inflicted demise, leaving behind a legacy of terror and unanswered questions. In the aftermath, as the community grappled with the revelation of evil lurking in their midst, Sarah found herself adrift in a sea of nightmares, unable to return to the sanctuary of her past. The grandfather clock, once a harbinger of ominous chimes, now stood as a testament to the twisted voyeurism that had tainted her existence. The keys, silent witnesses to unspeakable horrors, now locked away in an evidence locker, whispered of lives extinguished and souls lost to the shadows. And as the world sought to make sense of the darkness that had briefly pierced their tranquil reality, the legacy of Jenkins, the keymaster, echoed in the corridors of time, a chilling reminder of the monsters that walk among us, hidden in plain sight. Story 11. The new homeowners sensed a peculiar charm in the way the old intercom crackled late at night, a whisper from a bygone era, now reborn but forgotten. It was a relic tucked away in the walls of the Victorian manor, surrounded by ancient oak trees, its exterior weathered, yet its interior modernized. Daniel and Meredith Parker, drawn to history, had found a gem at a surprisingly affordable price, despite the unease that lingered in the air during the initial walkthrough with the real estate agent. One fateful night, curiosity led the husband to press the intercom button, initiating a crackling whisper that sent shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" the voice murmured, startling him. His wife, standing close behind, denied ever uttering those words. The mystery of the intercom system deepened, setting off a chain of events that would unravel the hidden secrets of the house. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor in response to a call about a possible break-in, but there was an unspoken tension in the air that hinted at a more intricate tale. Daniel, pale and troubled, recounted the eerie occurrences with the intercom system, from static to whispers to full sentences. With a grave expression, Meredith revealed a startling discovery hidden behind a wall. A small, deteriorating journal belonging to a woman named Alina, the previous owner, filled with entries of fear and suspicion towards her husband, Vincent. As the investigation unfolded, it was revealed that Alina and Vincent Blackwood had once owned the house, their story clouded in mystery and tragedy. Vincent's dark past came to light as forensic evidence pointed to a chilling truth buried beneath the garden shed. Alina's remains, a victim of blunt force trauma, telling a tale of betrayal and deceit. Vincent Blackwood, now aged and residing in a care facility, confessed to the murder of his wife, Alina, driven by a desire for silence that led to a web of lies and deception spanning decades. His calm demeanor as he recounted the events sent a chill down Detective Reeves' spine, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within the walls of the house. The trial was swift, with Vincent pleading guilty to the crime, his calculated actions and elaborate cover-up earning him a harsh sentence. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's grim history, chose to part ways with the property, holding a solemn memorial for Alina in the restored garden. The once beloved intercom system, now a harbinger of tragedy, was removed by the new owners during renovations, its whispers fading into the echoes of the past. Detective Reeves, closing the Blackwood case file, pondered on the house's eerie ability to unveil its secrets across time, earning it the reputation among law enforcement as the house that answered back. On her drives past the property, Detective Reeves would slow down, the window cracked slightly, as if listening for the faint whispers carried on the wind, a haunting reminder of the voices that lingered in the shadows of the house's history. Story 12, the cafe had been his sanctuary for years, a place of routine where time seemed to stand still. His presence was as familiar as the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, yet his true identity remained a mystery shrouded in silence. The barista recognized his face, but his name eluded everyone's memory. Then one fateful day, he failed to materialize at his usual spot. Concerned, the authorities ventured to his customary table, only to discover a forgotten wallet left behind. Within its confines lay a driver's license bearing a face without a name, an address, or any identifying information, just a void where his essence should have resided. As Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the enigma surrounding the enigmatic figure now dubbed John Doe, she scrutinized the surveillance footage with a sense of unease. The man in question appeared unassuming, clad in a nondescript navy coat, carrying a weathered leather bag. His disappearance defied logic, for he had entered, seated himself, but never departed. Mercer, her fingertips grazing the cold steel table, replayed the footage, searching for a clue. The scenes unfolded with eerie normalcy. John's arrival during the bustling morning rush, his customary order of black coffee, and his retreat to the secluded corner table adorned with a verdant plant. Engrossed in his notebook, he occasionally gazed out the window, his presence a ghostly enigma. Then, in a blink of an eye, he rose, left his wallet behind, and vanished into the restroom corridor, never to re-emerge. Perplexed, Mercer instructed a closer examination of the bathroom footage, only to uncover a disconcerting truth: John had never set foot inside. He had evaporated into the ether, leaving behind a void of questions. Back at the precinct, the contents of the forsaken wallet offered no solace, only more enigma. Blank spaces replaced personal details, credit cards linked to non-existent accounts, and a lone business card bearing a cryptic phone number. Upon dialing the number, Mercer encountered only silence, punctuated by the rustling of papers, a whisper of the unknown. The barista's recollections offered scant insights, a courteous man of few words, perpetually immersed in his cryptic musings. The notebook, a cryptic tapestry of coded script and enigmatic sketches, defied decryption, its secrets eluding comprehension. As Mercer embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery, an unsettling pattern emerged. The daily flicker of the surveillance camera's timestamp hinted at a hidden truth, a subtle anomaly overlooked by all but her discerning gaze. Returning to the cafe, she positioned herself at John's table, her gaze drawn to an ancient mirror embellished with arcane symbols akin to those within his notebook. Inquisitive, she probed the mirror's depths, only to discover a hidden recess harboring a cache of identical wallets, each a vessel of missing identities. Alongside them lay a weathered journal chronicling decades of cryptic entries, all inscribed by the elusive John Doe. The final testament forewarned of encroaching danger, a closing window of opportunity. Forensics revealed a trail of fingerprints linking John Doe to the concealed chamber, a repository of temporal anomalies and identity enigmas. Mercer's investigation unearthed a clandestine world of experiments in temporal manipulation, unveiling a parallel reality intersecting with their own. The cafe, an unwitting nexus, harbored secrets beyond comprehension. Amidst the escalating strangeness surrounding the cafe, a revelation surfaced in the form of Margaret Keller, a former physicist privy to the clandestine experiments of Daniel Weston, the man behind John Doe's facade. Weston, a brilliant mind lost to the realms of quantum mirrors and interdimensional crossings, had orchestrated a grand experiment with unforeseen consequences. Mercer's pursuit of truth led her back to the cafe, a place entwined with Weston's enigmatic legacy. The mirror shattered, a shattered gateway to realms beyond mortal ken, marked the culmination of Weston's experiment. Two versions of the same man, coexisting in a fragile balance of realities, one poised to transcend while the other remained anchored to the mundane. The case of the enigmatic man who slipped through the fabric of existence forever remains a mystery, a tale whispered in hushed tones by those who remember the cafe's final days. Mercer's departure from the force marked the end of an era, her own fate intertwined with the enigma of John Doe. And as the cafe faded into memory, a shard of the antique mirror lingered, a reminder of a reality once breached, now lost to the annals of time. Story 13. The hotel stood unassuming, a relic of the past, its walls holding stories of fleeting guests. The key exchanged hands with a cryptic warning from the clerk. "Just remember, steer clear of the last door on the left," his hushed voice lingered in her mind. Intrigue tugged at her curiosity like a hidden current. That evening, enveloped by the dim glow of the hallway, she found herself drawn towards the forbidden door. The brass handle chilled her fingertips, and as she leaned in, the wood whispered secrets to her ear. A soft, rhythmic breath danced on the other side, a presence felt but unseen. Detective Morgan Reed awoke from her slumber, stepping beneath the caution tape marking the threshold of the room. The scent of iron and decay greeted her, a familiar tang that spoke of tragedy. Blood had seeped into the fibers of the carpet, painting a dark tableau on the floor. Amidst the chaos, a young woman lay motionless, a tragic figure in the eerie stillness. her gaze fixed on eternity, capturing a moment of disbelief or dread in her vacant stare. Reed knelt beside the victim, mindful of the fragile evidence scattered around. "Third in a series," murmured the forensic expert, his voice devoid of emotion as he documented the scene. "The mark of a meticulous predator." Reed acknowledged the grim pattern silently, noting the elegant attire of the victim that clashed with the squalor of the motel room. A purse lay open, its contents untouched, signaling a motive beyond greed. The hotel manager lingered in the shadows, haunted by the tragedy that unfolded within his walls. "She arrived alone, paid in cash. I never imagined." His voice trailed off, weighed down by regret. Back at the precinct, Reed pieced together the puzzle on the board, connecting the dots between the victims found in seedy motels. The media buzzed with speculations of a serial killer on the loose. Autopsy confirms manual strangulation, no signs of struggle, Detective Hayes informed, his words piercing the heavy atmosphere. Reed pondered the implications, sensing a personal vendetta driving the crimes, a vendetta that defied conventional motives. Days blurred into nights as the investigation deepened its roots. Surveillance footage yielded no breakthroughs, leaving more questions than answers. Elaine Werner, the latest victim, was an enigma, an upstanding professional with no apparent enemies. Reed's breakthrough came in a whispered confession from Werner's sister, revealing a clandestine affair with a mysterious man from her workplace, known only as C. The trail led to Charles Emerson, a senior executive with a pristine facade that masked darker truths. Reed's intuition prodded her to dig deeper, unveiling a web of deceit spun by a man desperate to conceal his transgressions. Emerson's calm exterior cracked under the weight of evidence, his veneer of innocence shattered by damning revelations. The pieces fell into place, linking him to a twisted ritual of surveillance and eradication. In the interrogation room, Emerson's facade crumbled, revealing the void that lay beneath a void devoid of remorse or empathy. The trial unfolded swiftly, a spectacle of justice meted out to a man devoid of humanity. As he was led away, Reed caught a glimpse of emptiness in his eyes, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. The case, dubbed "The Door on the Left," faded from headlines, but its echoes lingered in Reed's mind. The keys, relics of a macabre past, whispered of secrets locked away. In the quiet of the evidence locker, they stood as silent witnesses to the horrors that unfolded behind that fateful door. Reed walked the corridors of hotels, haunted by the ghosts of the past, a reminder that some doors once opened lead to darkness that can never be erased. Story 14, the real estate listing made no mention of a basement. The architectural plans gave no hint of its existence. Yet when the family peeled back the worn carpet, they uncovered a hidden door, a door with a hefty, rusted handle. It took the combined effort of three to pry it ajar. Stale, musty air billowed out, carrying the earthy aroma of dampness. Descending steps beckoned them into the shadows below. They anticipated a storage space. Instead, they encountered a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb, and upon the wall behind it, a series of photographs depicting them, snapshots captured from within the confines of their own home. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban residence during the frigid grasp of winter, when darkness enveloped the land early and skeletal trees loomed against the cold heavens. The two-story abode, with its weathered façade and creaking floorboards, exuded character, or so they had convinced themselves. Character and a storied past. Little did they foresee the depth of history nestled within the house's walls, or the chilling collision it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the crime scene unit already establishing a perimeter with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer had made the distress call, her voice quivering as she recounted the unearthed chamber beneath their living space. We must document everything before anyone else ventures down there, Connors instructed, donning latex gloves with well-honed precision. Flashes of the camera punctuated the stairwell as the forensic team captured the eerie tableau. The wooden steps groaned underfoot. The basement, a small chamber akin to a standard bedroom, boasted concrete walls painted a drab gray hue. A lone chair was bolted to the floor at its center, illuminated harshly by the dangling bulb, casting eerie shadows that danced in the unseen drafts. Yet it was the array of photographs that seized their attention, 37 images meticulously arranged in a chronological montage. These images span back nearly 4 weeks, remarked Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps inscribed on the reverse of the prints. Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the sofa, Mr. Mercer seated at the dining table, the children in their respective chambers. The investigation yielded no signs of forced entry, no shattered windows or tampered locks. The security system had remained inert. Nothing material had been pilfered. Only their privacy had been invaded, along with any semblance of security the family had harbored. Forensic analysis unveiled multiple fingerprints throughout the subterranean expanse, primarily belonging to previous proprietors of the residence. Ownership records disclosed a succession of 6 families within the last decade, each vacating within a year and selling at increasingly deflated prices. None had acknowledged the existence of a basement. We must interview every former homeowner, Connor stipulated, flipping through her notepad. The case grew more disquieting as they retraced the property's lineage. Anomalies dotted the ownership records, blueprints altered between sales, permits submitted then retracted, inspection reports marred by redactions. A breakthrough emerged upon consulting the contractor who had revamped the dwelling 7 years prior. His complexion drained upon being presented with photos of the basement. That chamber is a figment, he protested, his hands trembling. I gutted that space down to its foundation. No basement, no portal, nothing beneath the living area but soil and concrete. Data extracted from a concealed memory card within the light fixture divulged hundreds more images on their evidence boards, not solely of the Mercers, but of their predecessors too. Offspring slumbering, parents bickering, intimate moments, mundane rituals, all surreptitiously captured by an unauthorized observer. The case plummeted into deeper shadows upon recovering audio files stowed in a weatherproof casket secreted in the basement's corner. Voice recordings of conversations held within the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room. The audio quality hinted at sophisticated microphones clandestinely stationed throughout the residence, though none were unearthed during the initial sweep. We must dismantle every wall, Connors decreed, her voice taut with urgency. Inspect the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been surveilling these families for years. Beyond the photographic wall, investigators happened upon a narrow passage leading to a cramped monitoring chamber. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages brimming with precise observations on each family inhabiting the abode, their routines. Their schedules, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The script mirrored samples from the property's original builder, a man christened Edward Kelvin. Historical records indicated he perished during the house's construction, a detail that grew increasingly dubious as the probe unfurled. No death certificate had been filed, no funeral arrangements documented. Edward Kelvin had seemingly dissolved from public archives. The final pages in the journal spiraled into a maelstrom of delirium. Phrases like "they never glance below" and "they never perceive me" recurred incessantly. The conclusive entry bore a solitary sentence: "The subsequent family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint scrutiny corroborated what sleuths had begun to surmise: Edward Kelvin had never vacated the edifice he erected. Instead, he had retreated into its concealed recesses, erecting a labyrinth of vantage points from which to scrutinize families who presumed they resided in solitude. The manhunt persisted for 3 days. They unearthed him ensconced within a crawlspace amid the second-story bedrooms, his physique gaunt and sinewy, adapted to maneuvering through the narrow corridors he had fashioned within the walls. His eyes blinked warily under the glare of the flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct illumination. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as though they were players in his personal drama. He expounded on observing them with the detached aloofness of a scientist studying specimens. He had refrained from contact, theft, or overt interference in their lives. He had merely observed, recorded, chronicled. They welcomed me, he divulged to investigators, his tone soft and reasoned. They signed the deeds, they became mine. Psychological evaluation diagnosed Kelvin with severe delusions, deluding himself into believing he was a custodian of the domicile rather than an intruder. The families were transient lodgers in what he perceived as his enduring abode. The Mercer family forsook the property, leaving their possessions behind, salvaging only what they could transport in suitcases. The residence stood vacant as the legal proceedings unfolded. The trial unveiled the full expanse of Kelvin's surveillance grid, hidden chambers accessible solely through crawlspaces, surveillance points entrenched within the very structure, meticulously engineered before the initial brick was laid. The house had been fashioned from inception as an apparatus for observation, its occupants unwitting participants in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. Upon the jury's verdict, Kelvin exhibited no response. He had already retreated into the labyrinth of his psyche, where he could wander imperceptibly through the corridors of the house that existed now solely in memory. The estate was eventually razed, its subterranean recesses excavated and filled. Yet, for the families who had dwelled within, the intrusion persisted. They remained haunted not by what had been filched from them, but by what had lurked unseen, observing, eavesdropping, recording their most intimate moments from within walls they had entrusted to safeguard them. At times, in hushed instants, they found themselves glancing skyward at air vents, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering whether they were truly unaccompanied now, pondering if they ever truly had been. Story 15. The parcel arrived without a return label or tracking number, just a damp cardboard box touched by the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her. Her address was correct, but the name was a stranger's. She should have dismissed it, should have left it outside on the porch, yet curiosity beckoned her. She peeled away the tape, anticipating books, clothes, something ordinary. Instead, nestled within was a VHS tape, accompanied by a lone sticky note. Watch alone. Sarah Miller gazed at the black plastic tape cradled in her hands. Its weight felt off, heavier than expected, as if carrying the burden of forbidden secrets. Her fingers lingered over the worn edges, sensing the subtle imperfections in the plastic case. The handwritten note bore the marks of urgency, each stroke etched with pressure. The suburban world outside her window hummed with its usual rhythm, a distant dog's bark, children's laughter from afar, the drone of a lawnmower slicing through the stillness. Life flowed on, oblivious to the enigma that had been delivered to her doorstep. Sarah brought the mysterious package inside, placing it on her kitchen counter, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. In her 4 years at the house, she had never received mail for anyone by that name. The former occupants, the Johnsons, had long departed, seeking closeness with their grandchildren. Curiosity warred with unease as she eyed her dormant VCR, a relic of nostalgia. There was something about the tape that called to her a mystery shrouded in aged black plastic. Against her instincts, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. Static danced on the screen initially, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a solitary lamp. The camera angle was askew, as if hastily positioned. A man sat in a wooden chair, his features veiled by shadows at first. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice, quiet yet resolute, filled the room. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." He leaned in, revealing a countenance worn by sleepless nights and perpetual vigilance, sunken eyes, stubble of days, hair unkempt. "I didn't harm her. You need to understand that, but they've planted my fingerprints, my DNA, though I never touched her." The camera wobbled as Daniel adjusted it, unveiling more of the stark room, bare walls, sparse furnishings, the temporary abode of someone ready to flee at a moment's notice. "They've set me up. The official narrative will claim I knew her, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard us clash. None of it is true. I only saw Catherine Walsh's face when it flashed on the news." His voice quivered, lifeless, slain in her own home, and yet my DNA was plastered all over the crime scene. Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth to surface. 5 tapes, 5 disparate recipients, each bearing the desperate plea of Daniel Whitaker, a man formally accused as the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace on the day her lifeless form was discovered. Initially, the Walsh case seemed straightforward. A young professional woman strangled in her bedroom. No signs of forced entry, traces of a struggle. DNA evidence unequivocally pointing to Whitaker, his fingerprints already on file from a minor transgression years past. Neighbors recalled glimpsing a man matching his description near her residence in the weeks leading up to the tragedy. Phone records placed him in the vicinity on the fateful night, a clear-cut case, until the tapes emerged. The tapes muddled the waters, Detective Ramirez voiced into her recorder while updating her case dossier. Whitaker is either orchestrating an intricate ruse or exposing something far darker. She surveyed her evidence board photographs of Catherine Walsh beaming at a company function, the gruesome crime scene images too harrowing to linger on, maps pinpointing the delivery sites of the packages, and at the center, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His gaze seemed to implore her, beseeching. The inquiry took a surprising turn when Ramirez unearthed Catherine Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower lawsuit against her employer, PharmaCorp, a potent pharmaceutical entity with governmental ties. Walsh had uncovered irregularities in their clinical trial data, proof that they had concealed severe side effects in a new drug fast-tracking to market. She was gearing up to testify, a former colleague murmured to Ramirez during an interview, casting anxious glances at the door. Catherine possessed evidence, documents showing executives were aware of the issues and chose to bury them. The trial was slated for next week. The detective noticed peculiar discrepancies. The DNA evidence seemed too precise, discovered in locations incongruous with the crime. Testimonies regarding Whitaker appeared rehearsed, echoing identical phrases across varying accounts. Most unsettling, surveillance footage from neighboring buildings mysteriously corrupted during the precise time frame of the murder. 3 days after the initial tape, Sarah Miller received a second parcel. This one harbored documents, clinical trial records, internal correspondences, email transcripts, all from PharmaCorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital seal, all validating her suspicions. The investigation veered course. Detective Ramirez connected with the other tape recipients, tracing Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had toiled in IT security for a contractor serving PharmaCorp systems. He had never crossed paths with Catherine, but had stumbled upon her name flagged in an unusual security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were monitoring her, Whitaker disclosed in a subsequent tape that surfaced. I spotted the surveillance directives in the system. They were aware she was amassing proof. And then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was gone, and somehow I became the scapegoat. The breakthrough occurred when Sarah Miller espied a crucial detail on her copy of the tape that had eluded others. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker revealed a row of storage units. Collaborating with Detective Ramirez, they identified the locale. Within Unit 217, they unearthed the truth. Daniel Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy. The original files Catherine had compiled. And most condemningly, elaborate schemes to frame Whitaker, inscribed in the penmanship of PharmaCorp Security Chief, a former law enforcement officer with access to evidence protocols. Justice arrived not in a dramatic arrest, but through the accumulation of irrefutable evidence. 3 executives faced indictments. The security head confessed, bargaining to testify against his superiors. The drug's consideration for market withdrawal. Daniel Whitaker emerged from seclusion, emaciated and altered by his time as a fugitive. Charges against him were dismissed, yet the experience had etched its mark on him. Sarah Miller encountered him once when he arrived to claim his tape. They exchanged brief words on her porch, the very spot where his package had first landed. "Why me?" she inquired. "Why send it to my address?" He regarded her with weary eyes. "The algorithm selected you." I needed individuals unconnected to me or Catherine, individuals they wouldn't monitor. Individuals who might still believe in their own judgment despite the media branding me guilty. The erstwhile suspect and inadvertent witness stood silently, pondering how frail the line between justice and manipulated truths truly was. Finally, Sarah spoke. The wrong address turned out to be precisely the right one. The VHS tapes were cataloged as evidence, tangible reminders that sometimes truth arrives in unforeseen packages, cloaked in unfamiliar names, awaiting a curious soul to peer within. Story 16. She wiped away the mist on the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Everything seemed normal at first glance, her face, her attire all in place. Yet a subtle unease crept in as she continued to stare. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement that defied her own. When she turned, the reflection stayed put, watching her intently. This was the peculiar beginning of Rebecca Thorne's unsettling journey. What unfolded would baffle investigators and haunt a community for years to come. Rebecca resided solo in a modest apartment nestled in a serene suburban enclave. Known for her meticulous nature and reserved demeanor, she kept to herself while maintaining a friendly rapport with her neighbors. A data analyst by profession, her life revolved around routines and precision. No one could have predicted that she would become enmeshed in one of the most enigmatic criminal enigmas of the decade. The initial peculiarities seemed trivial. Objects in Rebecca's home shifted inexplicably, nothing missing, just rearranged. A coffee mug on a different shelf, books shuffled around, her toothbrush in an unfamiliar spot. She brushed off these anomalies as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to long hours spent poring over spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights. Detective Marion Shaw first learned of Rebecca's concerns after she mustered the courage to reach out to authorities following weeks of disturbances. Initially deemed non-criminal and possibly a case for mental health services, Shaw cataloged the complaint among other low-priority matters. There was no tangible evidence, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing belongings, just a woman plagued by an unsettling feeling in her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident in the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted in vivid detail how her reflection appeared to move independently, instilling a constant sense of being watched. This time, she had proof: a self-installed security camera trained on her front door. The footage uncovered a chilling revelation that sent shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy video showed Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, followed by an exact duplicate of herself entering the apartment 20 minutes later using a key. Forensic scrutiny of the footage revealed no signs of manipulation or tampering. The intruder moved and dressed identical to Rebecca, even carrying her distinctive leather bag. However, Rebecca's workplace security system confirmed she was already present at her office across town at the same time. "We're dealing with a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Miss Thorne and can mimic her with eerie accuracy." The investigation deepened as fingerprints found within the apartment matched solely with Rebecca's, with no trace of foreign DNA. Neighbors attested to witnessing nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca going about her daily routine. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, recounted a peculiar encounter where she greeted Rebecca upon her return home, only to receive no response, a behavior she found unusual but not alarming. Rebecca, in response, started documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her living space escalated. Food vanished from the fridge, unauthorized searches appeared on her computer, and unsettlingly, she discovered unfamiliar selfies on her phone, portraying her with subtle distortions, a wider smile, more intense eyes. "I feel like I'm losing my mind," Rebecca confided to Detective Shaw during their subsequent meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this illusion." The breakthrough materialized when a pattern emerged in the security footage. The doppelganger only made appearances when Rebecca left for specific pre-planned commitments, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, activities with predictable schedules. "This isn't random," Shaw elucidated. "It's a deliberate surveillance and infiltration, someone well acquainted with your routine." A forensic psychologist posited that they were likely facing a case of fixation, where an individual becomes fixated on a desired aspect of another person, aiming to assume their identity. Although rare, such cases were documented in psychological literature, often stemming from a psychological fracture and an intense desire to embody traits of the victim. The investigation honed in on a former colleague of Rebecca's, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely worked with Rebecca, frequently drawing parallels between them. Post-dismissal, she sent Rebecca unsettling emails claiming we could be one and the same, and expressing a desire to embody Rebecca's essence. With a warrant in hand, Detective Shaw led a search of Lily's abode, unearthing a chilling revelation that transformed the case into a nightmare. One room in Lily's dwelling had been morphed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom. The walls were plastered with countless images of Rebecca engaged in everyday activities, unbeknownst to her. A wardrobe housed exact replicas of Rebecca's clothing, while a vanity displayed makeup brands identical to Rebecca's preferences, alongside meticulous notes detailing her habits and mannerisms. Most disturbing were the practice videos showcasing Lily mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions, progressing from awkward mimicry to near-perfect replication. "She aimed to supplant me," Rebecca murmured upon witnessing the evidence. "It wasn't mere imitation, it was erasure." Further investigation unveiled sophisticated tools for forging keys and replicating electronic access cards, along with an intricate system to track Rebecca's movements, including a meticulously curated calendar predicting her schedule. Lily's ultimate motives remained elusive. Journals recovered from her residence contained disjointed entries, oscillating between first and third person, oftentimes referring to Rebecca interchangeably as me and her within the same passage. The last entry sent shivers down investigators' spines. Soon, only one shall remain, the stronger one. Upon authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace, leaving behind signs of a hurried escape, drawers agape, technology missing. A nationwide manhunt ensued, with Rebecca relocated to a secure location under constant surveillance. For weeks, every location associated with her past life underwent scrutiny, yet Lily remained elusive. The case took a chilling turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomalous sighting. Despite being under protection in a secure, safe house, Rebecca was purportedly seen entering the building. Surveillance footage corroborated the account. A doppelganger of Rebecca had accessed the premises using a valid ID card, rifled through her desk for 40 minutes, and exited. The implications were stark. Lily had not fled. She had seized her opportunity, assuming Rebecca's identity while the real Rebecca remained in seclusion. The case lingered unresolved. Lily Winters remained at large, and Rebecca Thorne opted to forge a new identity in an undisclosed location instead of reclaiming her former life. Detective Shaw kept a photograph on her desk, two eerily similar women, one being Rebecca and the other Lily. Sometimes she scrutinized their features, searching for minute disparities that could differentiate one from the other. The most unsettling aspect Shaw often imparted to new recruits is not the resemblance or the mimicry. It's the fervent desire to inhabit another's existence to the point of erasing oneself in the process. Our identity is not just what we present, it's what we safeguard most vigilantly. And sometimes we only realize its worth when someone endeavors to usurp it. Story 17. The worn envelope, aged and yellowed, held a fresh stamp, as if time had paused just for its journey. With cautious hands, the detective unfolded its contents, a single sheet of paper, bearing a message typed in haste, each letter uneven as if fleeing from the typewriter keys. I am sorry for what I did. The paper exuded a dampness, carrying with it a metallic scent that lingered in the air. And there, along the bottom edge, a reddish smear, not of ink, but of something darker. Detective Sarah Morgan, with precision honed by years of practice, secured the letter in an evidence bag, its surface touched only by gloved fingers. The forensic team confirmed her suspicions. The stain was human blood, a match to DNA from a long unsolved homicide, the memory of which had haunted the department. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, her body marked by the cruel wounds of a violent end. Missing was her laptop, her notes scattered like fallen leaves, hinting at a connection to the story she had been chasing. Despite tireless efforts, the case had grown cold, a puzzle with missing pieces. And now this letter, delivered to the police department, bearing no name but the ominous title of Homicide Division. The traces left behind on paper and envelope were scarce, only faint smudges hinting at gloved hands. The postmark, a thread of hope woven into the mystery, offered a path to follow. Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, where walls whispered with the echo of unsolved crimes. Crime scene photos, timelines, and profiles of suspects stared back, their secrets still guarded. She fixed the image of the letter at the heart of the board, a focal point for the minds gathered around. "This changes everything," she announced to the room, each word heavy with implication. "Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in this relentless pursuit, scrutinized the letter in silence. Or perhaps, he proposed, it is a facade, a masquerade of guilt to deceive us. The forensics team traced the unique patterns of the typewriter's impression to a model long vanished from production, a relic of the past waiting to be discovered. They cast their net wide, reaching out to antique shops and collectors across the land. As the investigation unfurled its tendrils, they delved into Rebecca's world, seeking threads that might lead to the truth. Her editor painted a portrait of a determined soul, unyielding in her quest to unveil shadows of corruption. Her latest pursuit had entangled her with a wealthy family entwined with local power, a tapestry of intrigue and deceit. In their quest for answers, the detectives turned to Michael Barnes, Rebecca's once devoted boyfriend. His grief had seemed genuine in their previous encounters, his alibi a shield against suspicion. But now, with the letter as a damning whisper of secrets, cracks appeared in his facade, a nervous flicker in his gaze, a tremor in his hands betraying hidden truths. She spoke of being followed, he confessed, words heavy with regret. I dismissed her fears as paranoia, a mistake I now rue. While the investigators followed this new light, a second letter arrived, a mirror of the first in its eerie contents, a tale woven in blood and ink. She uncovered too much about the family, about their legacy, about the patriarch's demise. It was never meant to end like this. The path led them to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they faced his eldest son, Richard, a man whose possessions included a trove of vintage typewriters. His explanations danced on rehearsed lines, his demeanor a mask too carefully crafted. And in the quiet dance of evidence and revelation, a breakthrough emerged. Microscopic fibers on the envelopes whispered a tale of custom stationery, a tale linked to the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Her confession unraveled a thread of deceit, Richard's request for her stationery, a simple act masking darker intentions. A search of Richard's domain unveiled a hidden chamber, a shrine to Rebecca's demise, with each piece of evidence pointing accusingly at the truth. The blood spoke its silent testimony, binding victim to perpetrator in a dance of violence, but the shadows held another secret, a web of connections unseen until then. Bank records unveiled a path of transactions, a trail of betrayal leading from Richard to Michael in the days before Rebecca's untimely end. And when confronted, Michael's defenses crumbled like sandcastles before the rising tide of truth. She found proof that Richard had murdered his father for greed, he confessed, his words heavy with regret. I thought to scare her, not to seal her fate. And as the final act unfolded, Eleanor stepped forth, bearing a recording that echoed with the damning words of conspiracy. Richard's voice, clear and unrepentant, sealed his fate in the eyes of justice. Arrested in his futile attempt to flee, he faced the weight of his deeds in the stark light of truth. The trial wove a tapestry of evidence, letters stained with blood, typewriters whispering in their antique tongues, financial trails leading to the heart of darkness. Michael, in a bid for redemption, turned witness for the prosecution, his voice a thread in the fabric of justice. But Richard, defiant to the end, clung to his innocence, painting Michael as the architect of their shared guilt. The scales of justice, swayed by the weight of truth, tipped inexorably towards a verdict of guilt. And as Richard was led away, the shackles of justice binding him, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, offering a solace born of closure. The blood-stained letters found their resting place in evidence storage, a silent testament to the unraveling of the perfect crime. And in the quiet aftermath, a lesson emerged, a reminder that even the most intricate webs of deceit are but fragile threads before the light of truth. The case of Rebecca Warren, once a mystery veiled in shadows, now stood as a beacon in the halls of detective lore, a testament to the power of a single typewriter and the echoes of guilt that linger in the night. Story 18, The Nursery's Secrets. As she prepared the nursery for the arrival of her baby, she decided it was time to repaint the faded blue walls that held years of hidden stories within their layers. The first stroke of white paint revealed something unexpected, a message, barely visible at first, then becoming sharper and clearer. Don't let it hear you. Her heart skipped a beat, and as she took a step back, she noticed tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high on the wall for any child to have made. This discovery in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the beginning of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had bought the Victorian-style home at an unbelievably low price, unaware of its dark history. Detective Sarah Klein, notebook in hand, rang the doorbell and was met by a pregnant woman with dark circles under her eyes, clearly distressed from the lack of sleep. The woman shared the chilling story of the message and handprints, mentioning how the previous owners had abruptly left in the dead of night, leaving behind only essential items in their car. Detective Klein, with a sense of unease, walked through the creaking historic home, eventually reaching the nursery where the unsettling message and handprints still lingered on the wall. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's records, discovering a troubling pattern of frequent ownership changes and unsettling reports from past families about whispers and unseen watchers. The house had a grim past tied to Alina Blackwood, a former owner who ran an orphanage on the property where 5 children had mysteriously vanished. Further investigation unearthed a sealed room behind the nursery wall, containing children's belongings but no remains. The forensic analysis revealed a macabre truth: the children had met a tragic end during Alina's time. The detective, determined to uncover the full extent of the horror, persuaded the current owners to allow a search beneath the basement floor, which led to a grim discovery of 5 child-sized remains. The luminol revealed a haunting sight. The walls of the nursery were covered in glowing handprints, invisible to the naked eye, telling a story of fear and desperation. Alina's journals shed light on her twisted beliefs, leading to a chilling realization of her heinous crimes in the name of immortality. As the case concluded with the victims receiving a proper burial, the house stood empty, its darkness too deep to be dispelled by mere paint. Detective Klein's final report captured the eerie essence of the house, where echoes of children's whispers persisted, and a sense of unease lingered in the air. The nursery walls were torn down in an attempt to cleanse the house, yet the workers reported hearing ghostly voices within the debris, refusing to stay after dark. The house, condemned and abandoned, became a cold case in the annals of history, a reminder that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved, their answers lost to time. The detective held onto a photograph from the investigation one that captured the glowing handprints in the darkness, a somber reminder that some secrets, once uncovered, can never be erased, no matter how many layers of paint try to conceal them. Story 19. The ancient library faced its final hours, destined for destruction. The workers labored tirelessly, unaware of the secrets concealed within its walls. As the demolition neared completion, a serendipitous stumble revealed a hidden latch nestled discreetly in a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the shelf swung open, unveiling a clandestine passage leading to a forgotten chamber. The air inside hung heavy, a time capsule untouched by human hands for decades. No furniture adorned the room, save for a solitary chair at its center, firmly anchored to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting phrase lingered: "I am still here." The construction foreman, sensing a foreboding presence, urgently contacted the authorities. What had begun as a routine task swiftly morphed into a sinister enigma. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, entered the eerie chamber, his flashlight piercing the darkness, revealing the chilling inscription that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded the officers, his voice resonating in the enclosed space. "No one disturbs a thing until the forensic team arrives." The history of the edifice whispered a tale of intrigue. Once owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the library had been bequeathed to the public following the mysterious vanishing of their daughter, Rebecca. Her disappearance during her final year of college had left a void, her absence shrouded in uncertainty. Despite exhaustive efforts, including searches and interviews, no trace of her had ever surfaced. The prevailing belief hinted at a voluntary departure, yet her family vehemently rejected this notion, convinced of a darker truth. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed strands of hair and fibers embedded in the chair. Traces of blood and skin cells lingered in the scratches on the wall, buried beneath layers of dust. Initial analysis pointed to a young female origin. This chair was designed for confinement, the forensic analyst remarked, gesturing to the weathered leather straps and bolt holes. The occupant fought fiercely against their restraints. Walsh, gripped by a growing sense of unease, delved into the Harrington family's past. The timing of the library's donation after Rebecca's disappearance struck a disquieting chord. Further scrutiny uncovered a disturbing link. The contractor responsible for installing the secret chamber's bookshelf had exclusive ties to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records hinted at exorbitant payments to the contractor, far surpassing standard renovation costs. Former library staff expressed shock at the revelation, unaware of the concealed space's existence. An elderly librarian recalled Maxwell's peculiar fixation on that section of the building, spending solitary hours amidst the shelves after hours. Maxwell insisted that area remain untouched, she recounted to the investigators, attributing it to his reverence for the historical woodwork. The investigation took a harrowing turn when DNA analysis confirmed the genetic match between samples from the hidden chamber and Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her old quarters. The pieces began to fit together, painting a grim portrait. Rebecca had not fled. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, possibly by a member of her own kin. With a warrant in hand, detectives scoured the Harrington estate, unearthing a hidden journal in Maxwell's study. The journal chronicled months of obsessive entries detailing Maxwell's disturbing fixation on his niece. The final entry sent shivers down their spines. She threatened to expose me. I could not risk it. The room will confine her until she complies. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Maxwell's fa-a-dec crumbled. She jeopardized everything, he confessed hollowly, devoid of remorse. Rebecca stumbled upon evidence of my embezzlement from the family foundation. The family's reputation was at stake. I had no choice. Maxwell's admission laid bare a nightmarish truth. He had lured Rebecca to the library, imprisoned her, and ultimately ended her life during a desperate struggle. I panicked, he confessed in a monotone, recounting the grim events. I concealed her beneath the floorboards and sealed the room, ensuring its preservation through the donation. Subsequent scans confirmed human remains beneath the chamber's floor, exposing Rebecca's tragic fate. The Harrington family, somber witnesses to Maxwell's reckoning, found closure as Rebecca's skeletal remains were laid to rest, adorned with the silver bracelet she cherished. The library's destruction was indefinitely postponed, becoming a site of remembrance and contemplation. Locals paid tribute with flowers at its entrance, honoring a life cut short and a truth concealed behind a veil of secrecy. In a poignant twist, Rebecca's desperate plea, "I am still here," etched on the walls, ensured her eternal presence, a beacon of justice prevailing against the shadows, casting light on a dark legacy. Story 20. The tale began when Michael and Sarah Klein, the new occupants of a Victorian-era home, stumbled upon a peculiar mystery hidden beneath layers of wallpaper. Initially dismissing it as mere peeling wallpaper, they soon uncovered a chilling revelation as they peeled back the layers. Inked onto the wall, repeatedly scrawled in a frantic, uneven script, was a name Alina Winters. This name, unfamiliar to them, filled every inch of the wall, raising questions that lingered in the air like a whisper carried by the wind. The enigmatic discovery unfolded as they delved deeper into the history of their home. The previous owner, a graceful woman with silver-streaked dark hair named Margaret Cavendish, had swiftly sold them the house, mentioning her relocation to a distant corner of the country. The allure of the Victorian home, with its intricate woodwork and lofty ceilings echoing tales of days gone by, had drawn the couple in, weaving them into a story they never anticipated. It all began with a water stain in the master bedroom, a seemingly innocent blemish on the floral wallpaper that caught Sarah's attention. As they probed further, peeling away the layers that concealed secrets of the past, they unearthed a haunting trail of outdated patterns from decades past. But it was in the third layer that the unexpected revelation awaited: a name, Alina Winters, etched in dark ink against faded paper, the handwriting growing increasingly frantic and desperate. Sarah's whispered inquiry about Alina Winters set off a chain of events that led the couple down a path shrouded in mystery and intrigue. Late into the night, bathed in the soft glow of their kitchen lights, Michael and Sarah delved into online searches and property records, seeking to unravel the enigma that had woven itself into the very walls of their home. The name Alina Winters, seemingly lost to time, resurfaced in a single online search result: a missing persons case from decades past, casting a shadow of unease over their newfound abode. As their curiosity blossomed into an insatiable thirst for answers, the Kleins embarked on a relentless quest to unearth the truth behind the name that had etched itself into the walls of their home. Their evenings were consumed by makeshift investigations, reaching out to previous homeowners and tracing the threads of the past that intertwined with the present. The more they uncovered, the more entangled they became in a web of secrets that seemed to defy reason. Their efforts led them to a retired detective, a key figure in the cold case of Alina Winters' disappearance. The revelation that Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had sold them the house, bore a striking resemblance to the missing woman only deepened the mystery. With each discovery, the boundaries between past and present blurred, casting a haunting shadow over the tranquil facade of their dream home. Forensic teams descended upon their residence, turning it into a hub of investigation as they meticulously analyzed the writings on the wall and uncovered hidden spaces that whispered of long-buried secrets. The unraveling of the mystery took a chilling turn as DNA analysis and fingerprints hinted at a tale of fractured identities and a mind consumed by darkness. Beneath the serene exterior of their Victorian home lay a labyrinth of deception and tragedy, woven together by a tapestry of names and identities that blurred the lines between reality and illusion. As the truth unfurled, the walls themselves became silent witnesses to a crime that had long evaded justice, leaving Michael and Sarah to grapple with the harrowing realization that their dream home was forever intertwined with a tale of betrayal and loss. And so, as the sun set on their once idyllic home, now steeped in the shadows of a past long forgotten, Michael and Sarah stood witness to the aftermath of a revelation that had shaken the very foundations of their existence. The echoes of the past whispered through the halls, a reminder that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled, lest they unravel the very fabric of reality itself. And as the night descended, shrouding their home in a cloak of darkness, they found solace in the gentle lull of the unknown, drifting into a realm where dreams and reality intertwined, beckoning them to a realm of peaceful slumber. Story 21, Hidden in the Attic. In the dimly lit attic of the old Victorian house, they stumbled upon a forgotten treasure hidden beneath a worn, tattered blanket. a porcelain doll, its delicate features frozen in time, with wide, unblinking blue eyes that seemed to hold a mysterious secret. Sarah and Michael, the young couple who had recently purchased the house, chuckled at the sight of the antique doll, dismissing it as just another relic of the past. But that night, a subtle unease crept into the air as they settled into bed. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the silence felt unnaturally stretched, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Morning light revealed an unexpected sight. The porcelain doll now sat silently at the foot of their bed, its presence unsettling yet strangely captivating. Sarah and Michael had been enchanted by the house's ornate woodwork and enigmatic charm, unaware of the dark history woven into its very foundation. Detective Rachel Winters, a seasoned investigator, received a chilling call one crisp autumn morning. A gruesome scene awaited her, the male and female victims discovered in disturbing poses that defied logic, as if they were mere puppets in a macabre play. As Detective Winters meticulously examined the crime scene, a sense of foreboding settled over her. The victims' bodies bore no signs of struggle, no trace of an intruder. The positioning of the victims, like lifeless dolls carefully arranged, sent a shiver down her spine. The mystery deepened as neighbors whispered of strange occurrences surrounding the house, shadows moving in empty rooms, eerie laughter echoing through the night. The forensic team's findings only added to the enigma. Traces of vintage fabrics, akin to those used in antique doll clothing, were discovered throughout the house, concentrated around the victims and the attic. Yet there were no fingerprints, no DNA, no tangible evidence to pinpoint a culprit. It was as if an unseen force had orchestrated the tragedy, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. Delving into the house's dark past, Detective Winters uncovered a haunting pattern of inexplicable deaths spanning decades. Each previous owner had met a tragic end under mysterious circumstances, their lives intertwined with the house in ways beyond comprehension. A newspaper clipping hinted at a tragic tale, the renowned doll maker who had once resided in the house, his creations imbued with a haunting legacy of loss and longing. As the investigation unraveled, a chilling revelation emerged. The victims had all made alterations to the attic, unknowingly awakening a malevolent force that lingered within its walls. Sarah and Michael's renovations had inadvertently disturbed a slumbering presence, setting into motion a series of events that defied rational explanation. In a hidden compartment beneath the attic floorboards, old photographs unveiled a sinister truth. The doll maker, his haunting gaze fixed on the camera, surrounded by an array of lifelike dolls. One doll, identical to the one found by Sarah and Michael, seemed to shift positions in the photographs, its eyes following an unseen specter across time. Infrared scans exposed a spectral trail of tiny handprints leading from the attic to the master bedroom, a silent witness to the malevolent entity that had claimed its victims with chilling precision. The doll, a vessel for dark energies, held a power beyond comprehension, its origins rooted in ancient rituals and forbidden knowledge. A distant relative of the doll maker whispered of arcane practices and unholy rituals that bound spirits to inanimate objects, granting them a twisted semblance of life. The doll, a conduit for lost souls seeking solace in a world beyond mortal reckoning, had ensnared its victims in a web of supernatural intrigue. As the case grew colder, Detective Winters found herself ensnared in a web of shadows and whispers, her sanity tested by forces beyond her understanding. The doll, a malevolent specter from a bygone era, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a legacy of fear and uncertainty. The house, tainted by its dark past, stood silent and brooding, its secrets buried within the walls. The attic remained untouched, a silent sentinel guarding a forbidden truth. And on quiet nights, a faint echo of laughter would drift through the air, a haunting reminder of the price paid for delving into the mysteries of the past. As Detective Winters retired, a sense of unease lingered, a shadow of doubt cast over her final days on the force. The photograph of the doll maker, a silent witness to unspeakable horrors, remained locked away, a testament to the darkness that lurked within the house's walls. And though the doll was never found, its presence lingered in the whispers of the wind, a ghostly reminder of a time long forgotten. Story 22. In the quiet solitude of the night, the wooden plank whispered a secret as it gave way beneath her weight. A subtle shift, barely a murmur, yet enough to stir her curiosity. She knelt down, her fingertips tracing the edges of the displaced board, sensing the hidden void below. The floor, once seemingly sturdy, now revealed a mysterious underbelly waiting to be unveiled. With a delicate touch, she lifted the boards, exposing a dark, narrow cavity beneath the foundation of her newly acquired home. At first glance, all she saw was a haze of dust and tangled cobwebs. But as her eyes adjusted to the dimness, shapes began to materialize in the shadows: a mattress, a chair, and nestled in the corner, a weathered notebook adorned with pages filled with a single name, repeated endlessly, a name that sent shivers down her spine, for it was her own. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing the tremor of fear that gripped her as she peered into the abyss beneath her. It was not just the discovery of a hidden chamber that unsettled Sarah. It was the violation of her sanctuary, the intrusion of a malevolent presence into what was meant to be a fresh beginning. "Please refrain from disturbing anything further," Detective Reed's voice sliced through the eerie silence, a blend of calm authority and unwavering resolve. She flicked on her flashlight, casting a beam of light that danced across the concealed space, illuminating walls adorned with a collage of surveillance photograph snapshots capturing Sarah's every move, every interaction, a shrine of obsession meticulously arranged right beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had purchased the quaint cottage from the estate of a reclusive man named Walter Green, an enigmatic figure who had passed away without leaving any trace of kin. The property had stood vacant for months before Sarah stumbled upon it, drawn in by its quaint charm and the promise of a new chapter. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah's voice quivered as she whispered, her gaze fixed on the haunting tableau before her. "The neighbors spoke of his solitude. I was told the basement had been sealed off long ago. The inspection report never hinted at this." As the crime scene investigators descended upon the scene, their equipment clattering against the aged floorboards, they meticulously documented every detail, every shred of evidence. The mattress, the chair, the notebook, all were carefully extracted from the clandestine chamber, each piece carrying the weight of a disturbing revelation. Forensic experts uncovered a myriad of fingerprints scattered throughout the hidden alcove, all belonging to Walter Green. But what sent a chill down their spines was the timeline that unfolded before their eyes, the meticulous chronicle of Walter's fixation on Sarah, spanning over 3 years, a silent vigil that went unnoticed until now. The progression from obsession to action is a dangerous trajectory, the department psychologist remarked during a somber debriefing. The hidden room suggests a sinister intent, a malevolent design that was taking shape beneath the surface. Detective Reed's inquiries took an unexpected turn when she sought out Walter's former colleague from the local shopping center maintenance crew. A jittery figure, his eyes darting nervously, he divulged fragments of conversations with Walter, snippets of a disturbing narrative that painted a portrait of a man consumed by delusion. Walter spoke of her, you know, the man confessed, his voice tinged with unease. He believed she was meant for him, that she belonged at his side. I brushed it off as harmless ramblings, the musings of a lonely soul I never imagined. Receiving a warrant to search Walter's workplace locker, Reed uncovered a key that unlocked a hidden chapter of the enigma. A storage unit registered in Walter's name revealed a chilling tableau, an exact replica of Sarah's former life, meticulously recreated down to the minutest detail. A grotesque mirror image of her reality, frozen in time, waiting for a dark fate to unfold. A mannequin, its features eerily resembling Sarah's own, sat poised at a replica desk, a macabre puppet in a twisted play of obsession. But the most harrowing detail lay in a calendar, its pages marked with a date that loomed ominously, a date etched in red, bearing a single word of finality: together. Unfolding Walter's past revealed a history marred by institutionalization, a shadowed past haunted by the specter of erotomania, an affliction that blurred the lines between reality and delusion. His fixation on Sarah was but a resurgence of old demons, a dark echo of a past that refused to be buried. As Reed laid out the evidence before her team, a tapestry of madness and obsession unfurled, each thread weaving a tale of a man lost to his own fantasies, a man who believed in a love that existed only in his fractured mind. His death marked the end of a tragic story. Reed's voice carried a note of solemn finality. But for Sarah, the scars of his twisted affection will linger, a reminder of the fragility of safety, the thin veil that separates us from the shadows. Sarah made the decision to part ways with the house, its walls tainted with the specter of Walter's fixation. As she walked through the empty rooms one final time, her realtor by her side, she couldn't shake the haunting question that lingered in her thoughts. What if I hadn't stumbled upon that loose floorboard? Her voice was but a whisper, lost in the hollow echo of the empty space. How long would I have lived in ignorance, unaware of the eyes that watched, the heart that yearned for a connection that never was? The case was closed, the chapter sealed with Walter's demise, labeled as a case of stalking with sinister intent, a tale of a love twisted into a grotesque parody of itself. Sarah vanished into the anonymity of a distant horizon, her steps guarded, her gaze wary of unseen threats. Detective Reed, in quiet moments of reflection, would cast a fleeting glance towards the horizon, a silent prayer for the woman who narrowly escaped the clutches of a phantom. The cottage found new owners, oblivious to the secrets that lay buried beneath its floorboards, a silent witness to a tale of obsession and its chilling aftermath. Life carried on, the world turning its back on the shadows that danced at the edge of perception. But for those who bore witness to the hidden chamber beneath the floor, it served as a reminder, a whispered cautionary tale of the monsters that linger in the darkness, of the fragile line that separates us from the abyss of obsession and the fragile hearts that beat in its wake. Story 23. In the hushed stillness of an empty house, a phone lay on the kitchen counter, its screen softly aglow in the dim light filtering through dusty windows. Detective Morgan Reed stood there, her gaze fixed on the device, a perplexing piece of evidence in a case that defied logic. The phone had made a call that shouldn't have been possible, a call from beyond the grave. The voice on the other end belonged to Catherine Sullivan, a young woman who had died in a tragic car accident 3 years prior. Her words, captured in a whisper on the recording, spoke of fear and desperation. The abandoned house, once belonging to the Sullivan family, held secrets within its walls. Secrets that whispered in the wind, that lingered in the shadows. Detective Reed and her partner, Detective Walsh, delved into the mystery, seeking answers in the eerie silence of the empty rooms. The more they uncovered, the more chilling the truth became. Catherine's journal, hidden away for years, revealed a tumultuous relationship with a man named Mark Jennings, a man who had once professed love but had descended into darkness, into control and manipulation. As the investigation unfolded, a sinister portrait emerged. Mark's alibi crumbled under scrutiny, his lies unraveling like threads in the wind. The buried phone, unearthed near the crash site, painted a damning picture of his guilt. Catherine's voice, her words etched in digital memory, became a haunting echo of the past. Mark's twisted game of deception and manipulation came to light, his crimes laid bare for all to see. The truth, like a beacon in the night, guided the path to justice. And as the jury rendered its verdict, a sense of closure settled over the once haunted house. The phone, now silent and still, held the echoes of a young woman's courage and strength. A reminder that even in the darkest of times, a voice can rise above the shadows, can speak out against injustice. And so the phone rests in the evidence locker, a silent witness to the power of truth and the resilience of the human spirit. Catherine's story, though tinged with tragedy, endures as a testament to hope and the enduring legacy of those who refuse to be silenced. Story 24. The apartment had sat vacant, untouched by life, for endless months before the new tenants arrived. Their expectations were modest, merely dust and perhaps some forsaken remnants of the past. Yet one door stood stubbornly closed, refusing to yield to their curiosity. It was a closet, its secrets locked away from prying eyes. When the landlord finally forced it open, the anticipation of mundane discoveries was shattered by a chilling reality. The walls bore witness to a silent struggle, etched with deep, uneven scratches, a desperate plea for freedom. And in the shadowed corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen still aglow with a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling mysteries, felt an unsettling shiver creep down her spine as she surveyed the scene. It wasn't the absence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but the haunting implications of those savage marks someone had been confined within that cramped space, fighting against invisible chains. "We need forensics on site immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured each scratch on camera. "And fetch me the records of the previous tenants." The message on the forgotten phone whispered hauntingly, "I know what you did." The jittery landlord, with his perpetual sheen of anxiety, divulged that the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, abandoning unpaid rent in their wake. A quiet young woman kept to herself. "Left abruptly about 6 months ago," he murmured, his gaze skirting the ominous closet. "Never caused any trouble." Forensic analysis unveiled a grim tale hidden within the walls. Traces of blood, mostly belonging to a single individual presumed to be the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported absent from her job when she vanished. Yet there were 2 distinct DNA profiles unearthed. One remained a mystery within the databases, while the other belonged to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This cannot be accurate," Shaw murmured, her eyes fixed on the perplexing results. Derek Mercer, a convict declared deceased in a tragic accident, had left his genetic imprint on the closet's confines. Emma's abandoned sanctuary painted a portrait of a life interrupted. Unopened mail scattered, a solitary coffee mug left to grow cold, a neatly arranged bed untouched. Phone records whispered of a sudden silence in her conversations with her sister and a surge of calls from an unknown number preceding her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, reported Officer Reed. No name, just described as intense and private. Surveillance footage captured Emma's return home one fateful night, trailed closely by a figure cloaked in anonymity, their identity shielded by a baseball cap and elusive angles. The puzzle pieces began to align when partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were discovered on the closet's inner doorknob, a sinister connection revealed in the minutiae of evidence. He faked his demise, Shaw deduced. But why and what binds him to Emma? The enigma deepened as the unknown DNA led to another missing puzzle piece. Lynette Porter vanished 3 years prior. Her trail had grown cold until a resemblance between her and a visitor to Emma's abode surfaced. Shaw pieced together the intricate web while scrutinizing traffic records, pinpointing Derek Mercer's mother's vehicle lingering near Emma's residence, with a figure matching his stature behind the wheel. The pursuit unraveled the dark truth concealed within a secluded property linked to the Mercer family. Behind forbidding cellar doors, Lynette Porter was discovered alive, yet a shadow of her former self, echoing the torment Emma endured in her confinement. "He forced me to witness," Lynette whispered, her gaze vacant, "to learn the fate of those who dared to flee." A trove of damning evidence emerged, journals chronicling Mercer's obsession with dominance, photographs capturing the essence of Emma and Lynette, and most damning of all, videos of Mercer coercing Emma into her prison. "She thought she could expose us," his voice echoed in the recordings. "No one unveils my truths." The pursuit of Derek Mercer spanned boundaries, a manhunt fueled by the chilling revelation that his desires transcended mere murder. He craved the agony of captivity, the slow erosion of hope in confined spaces. His capture at a bus depot, armed with a new identity and a sinister arsenal, sent ripples of relief through the investigators. In his possession, a chilling memento, a roll of duct tape, a gleaming blade, and a faded clipping chronicling Emma's vanishing. During interrogation, Mercer exuded a disconcerting composure, asserting his twisted rationale. "She penned that message herself," he insisted, referring to the haunting text. "She yearned for discovery, but she was unworthy of salvation." The trial laid bare the elaborate charade Mercer had woven to erase his existence, adopting the identity of a deceased vagrant to evade scrutiny. For years, he prowled in obscurity, ensnaring women who bore a resemblance to his first victim. Emma's remains were never unearthed, the forensic evidence suggesting her demise within the confines of that unforgiving closet, her final plea etched into the phone she wielded as a silent witness. The jury swiftly rendered a verdict of guilt on all counts after a brief deliberation. As the judge sealed Mercer's fate with a sentence devoid of reprieve, a faint smile tugged at his lips, a semblance of satisfaction known only to the enigma that was him. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter stood tall, her voice resolute. "He caged us in darkness because that's where his soul resides, imprisoned in shadows. While he withers in his cell, I shall bask in the light." The case reshaped the protocols governing missing persons inquiries, honing in on relational dynamics and property investigations. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door from Emma's abode, a stark reminder that horrors are not always drenched in crimson, but etched in the desperate marks of a soul fighting to endure. Story 25. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten clutter in the cobweb-covered attic, a relic left behind by the house's previous inhabitants. Within its dusty confines rested faded Polaroids, snapshots of bygone birthdays and joyful family gatherings, harmless memories frozen in time. But as her fingers brushed the final photograph, a shiver danced down Rebecca's spine. The image captured her own living room, the familiar couch, the drapes she had chosen. Yet the family smiling for the camera was not hers, and lurking in the shadows behind them stood a figure, barely discernible in the dim light, a silent observer. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, Rebecca carried the unsettling photo to the harsh glow of the kitchen. The eerie resemblance between the room in the picture and her own surroundings was undeniable. The archway, the molding, the bay window all mirrored her home. Yet the family in the image remained strangers, their smiles frozen in time, oblivious to the danger looming just beyond their happiness. Enter Detective Morgan, clad in a worn leather jacket that whispered tales of past investigations. His penetrating gaze studied the photograph with a meticulous eye, tracing the edges of the Polaroid with a gloved finger. "What do you know of the previous owners, the Nelsons?" His voice rumbled softly. Rebecca confessed her lack of knowledge, the details lost with the distance of time and relocation. With a nod, Morgan requested to take the photograph for further investigation. Delving into the history of the house, he uncovered a pattern of families who had resided there and then vanished without a trace. The Sutherlands, the latest family captured in the eerie photo, were but a piece of the puzzle. Each family had disappeared after precisely 1 year of occupancy, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions and unexplained disappearances. As the investigation unfolded, a dark history emerged. The house had been constructed by a reputable architect, yet the project manager had vanished mysteriously. Samuel Whitfield, his replacement, had stepped in to complete the build, but whispers of Whitfield's demise in a construction accident lingered, his body lost to the rubble of an unfinished site. Beneath the cold concrete of the basement, secrets lay buried. Ground-penetrating radar revealed hidden chambers where the missing families were discovered preserved in the Earth's embrace. Among their belongings was a camera, the same one that had captured the haunting Polaroid in the attic, and in a hidden crawlspace, a journal chronicled the families with chilling precision, the latest entry hinting at a sinister plan unfolding. Seeking safety, Rebecca retreated to a hotel under the watchful eye of law enforcement. But the night brought no solace, only a haunting phone call punctuated by labored breaths and the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera. The investigation lingered, the house now a silent witness to unspeakable horrors, its walls holding onto the secrets of vanished souls. And as the search for truth continued, the enigma of Samuel Whitfield remained unsolved. Some speculated his demise, while others believed he roamed unseen, his presence casting a long shadow over those who dared to unearth his twisted legacy. In the darkness, new photographs developed, capturing fresh faces and unsuspecting families, watched by unseen eyes. The tale of the man in the photograph echoed through time, a chilling reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, lest they awaken a darkness that lingers in the shadows, waiting to claim its next victim. Story 26. The gentle current whispered its lullaby that morning, the water shimmering like liquid glass under the soft light of dawn. The lone fisherman, lost in his thoughts, almost missed the sight of a solitary suitcase bobbing near the peaceful shore. At first glance, it seemed like a heap of discarded garments casually abandoned. But as he cautiously approached, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, thick, suffocating, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was tightly bound in chains, its once gleaming edges now tarnished with rust from its time exposed to the elements. When the authorities pried it open, they were met not with fabric, but with a haunting sight. Strands of hair tangled together, fingers frozen in a macabre grip, and at the very bottom, a chilling note whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer, her face a mask of composure, pressed a delicate handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s with dark locks and now pallid skin marred by the touch of water, lay silently as the meticulous medical examiner performed their solemn duties. What struck Mercer amidst the somber scene was not just the callousness of the disposal, but the eerie reverence with which the victim had been presented, nails impeccably manicured, hair styled with care, clothed in garments of luxury. "She wasn't taken here," Mercer murmured, her gaze fixed on the gentle ebb and flow of the water against the muddy bank. "She was readied, adorned." The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in selling opulent properties. Divorced, childless, she inhabited a world of solitude within the confines of an exclusive neighborhood. Colleagues painted a portrait of a woman driven by ambition, meticulous in her ways and fiercely private. Her disappearance had been noticed when she failed to attend a crucial showing to potential affluent buyers, an appointment she would never willingly forsake, a sale that promised to be the pinnacle of her career. As investigators delved into Walsh's pristine, modern abode, a sense of unease settled upon them. Every corner was a testament to perfection, furniture arranged with precision, surfaces devoid of even a speck of dust. The refrigerator held meals in flawless symmetry, labeled for each passing day. Her wardrobe, a rainbow of colors, each item carefully stored in protective coverings. Yet a single anomaly beckoned from her home office, a slightly ajar drawer revealing a leather-bound journal within. The final entry hauntingly read, "He watches anew. Same vehicle, different plates." In the digital realm, a peculiar pattern emerged from Walsh's emails, numerous missives from unfamiliar sources, all bearing the same ominous message: "I behold your flawlessness." Each communication dispatched at the exact moment across various days. Her browsing history whispered of a silent plea for security measures, a quest for protection against unseen threats. Detective Mercer, connecting the dots with a quiet resolve, shared her insights with her astute partner. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she intoned. "This was no crime of passion. This was a meticulously crafted ritual." A turning point arrived from an unexpected quarter. A local pawnshop proprietor recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace, conspicuously absent from her belongings. The individual who had pawned it was a regular and nondescript maintenance worker named Michael Linden. Surveillance footage captured Linden's repeated visits to Walsh's residence, sometimes with his maintenance cart in tow, other times a solitary figure slipping in during her absence. The pieces of the puzzle began to align. Upon scouring Linden's modest dwelling, investigators were met with a chilling sight. The walls bore witness to a macabre gallery of photographs, Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some images defaced with scarlet crosses. Walsh stood as the third among them. Concealed behind a false panel in his closet lay a shrine of sorts, each victim's possessions meticulously laid out: a lock of hair entwined with a brush, tissues stained with lipstick, mundane receipts and mundane keys. Accompanying each collection, a minuscule notebook chronicling daily routines, preferences, idiosyncrasies. A frigid silence enveloped the interrogation chamber as Linden, his demeanor composed, was brought to account. Clad in neat attire, his voice devoid of emotion, he uttered his chilling confession. "They were flawed," he declared impassively, "presenting an illusion of perfection, but I saw through their facade. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. A smudge marred her lipstick application. Her perfection was a deceit." The quest for the two earlier victims referenced in his cryptic note led investigators to remote locales, where two additional suitcases surfaced. Within each lay a woman akin in likeness to Walsh, both real estate agents who flaunted a facade of meticulous perfectionism. During the judicial proceedings, Lyndon maintained an eerie stillness, his countenance a mask as prosecutors unfurled the tapestry of his crimes. Months spent shadowing each woman, infiltrating their sanctuaries, studying their very essence. And when the time came, he sought to correct what he perceived as their imperfections tending to their appearance, adorning them in finery before extinguishing their lives. Families of the victims bore witness in solemn silence as the gavel of justice resounded, sealing Lyndon's fate with a sentence of lifelong incarceration sans possibility of release. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially sealed, yet enigmatic tendrils lingered. What had sparked Lyndon's fixation on these select individuals? What hidden flaw within himself had driven him to perpetrate these acts of atrocity? Down the tranquil river, its current murmuring a timeless melody, the waters carried away all traces of the past. But within the precinct, upon Mercer's desk, rested replicas of those chilling notebooks, a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, shadows lurked in unsuspecting hearts. And perhaps the most perilous predators were not those lurking in the shadows, but the ones concealed in plain sight, biding their time, awaiting the unveiling of a solitary flaw. Story 27, in a quiet town nestled at the edge of the woods, there stood a mysterious house that was rarely mentioned. It loomed alone, its windows darkened, its porch weary from the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, and the origins of its construction faded into the whispers of the wind. But one day, a group of adventurous hikers strayed too close to this enigmatic structure, and what they discovered sent shivers down their spines. Names were etched into the wooden siding of the house, carved deep as if to serve as ominous warnings. And at the very bottom of the list, untouched by the passage of time, was a name that none of them recognized. It hung in the air like an unanswered question until, with a trembling voice, one of the hikers whispered, "That's my name." As night fell, a call came through to the local dispatch, a routine report of trespassing. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hiking group who had stumbled upon his own name etched into the abandoned dwelling. What began as a seemingly ordinary incident soon unraveled into a mystery beyond comprehension. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as darkness draped the forest in its inky embrace. Her flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing the weathered exterior of the house. The names, 27 in total, cascaded down the eastern wall like a haunting melody. Some had faded with age, barely visible against the aged wood, while others remained stark and fresh, as if carved just moments ago. And at the very end, Mason Wright stood out, the cut still bearing the scent of freshly sawn timber. "I've never set foot here before," Mason insisted, his words mingling with the frosty air. "I can't fathom how anyone would know my name." Thus began an investigation that would lead the detectives down a labyrinth of chilling discoveries. Background checks on each name revealed a bone-chilling truth. Every name on the wall belonged to individuals who had vanished while hiking in the woods over the past 4 decades. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others remained open wounds in the hearts of their loved ones. But a common thread bound them: all the hikers had disappeared while journeying alone, swallowed by the silent embrace of the forest. Forensic experts meticulously documented the carvings, noting the nuances in depth, technique, and weathering. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, harkened back to a disappearance 37 years prior, a young soul lost to the woods without a trace. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a chilling realization began to take shape. The investigation delved into the lives of Mason's companions and unearthed a disturbing revelation. Photographs taken during their hike revealed a spectral figure lurking in the background, a tall, slender silhouette that seemed to dance on the edge of perception. Despite their protestations of solitude on the trail, the evidence whispered a different tale. A search of the abandoned house's interior unearthed a macabre tableau in the basement. Personal belongings of the missing hikers were meticulously arranged on wooden shelves, each item bearing a name from the wall outside. The air was heavy with the weight of the unknown, and the faint echo of a sinister presence lingered in the shadows. As the investigation spiraled deeper into the darkness, Mason's demeanor began to fray at the edges. He spoke of whispers in the night, unseen footsteps in freshly fallen snow, and spectral figures that haunted his every waking moment. The veil between reality and nightmare grew thin, casting a pall of dread over the unfolding tragedy. A breakthrough came with the unearthing of long-buried land records, revealing the enigmatic past of the house's former owner, a recluse named Victor Blackwood. His shadowy existence cast a pall over the investigation, leading the detectives deeper into a web of deceit and malevolence. A search of the surrounding forest uncovered a network of primitive hunting blinds, each a silent sentinel along the well-trodden paths of unsuspecting hikers. Within one such blind lay a journal, a chronicle of twisted obsession and predatory intent. The entries painted a portrait of a man consumed by darkness, a hunter of souls who stalked his prey with meticulous precision. The manhunt for Victor Blackwood spanned across jurisdictions, a race against time to stop a predator in his tracks. But as the net drew tight around the elusive figure, he slipped through their fingers like smoke on the wind, leaving only whispers of his malevolent legacy behind. Mason Wright vanished into the night, his fate intertwined with the shadows that danced at the edge of perception. The forensic technician, too, succumbed to the insidious grip of the unknown, their names etched into the annals of a chilling saga that refused to fade.